Hello, friends. Hello to the kick people. Darkbone. We're right where we left off. Right where we left off. Hello, Mr. Lord. Is Chessable sponsoring you? Well, it depends what you think sponsor is. Absolutely. Chessable has helped out by not only allowing me to do it, by getting me a lot of these courses that I'm going through. You know, they were all for supporting me doing this kind of content, which was really helpful. So they've been super supportive in that sense. Officially sponsoring, I probably wouldn't say that. But Chessable's been really helpful, and of course, I'm hoping that by doing content like this, that you see, you know, just how practical it is as an improvement tool. So yeah, I would be thrilled if more people either got the course, checked out Chessable, started using it. But no, it's nothing official like that, Dr. Lord. What courses do I have on Chessable? You mean like in my library? Because the only ones I have are the ones that I talked about. The ones that I'm going to be doing for this series. So I talked about those ones already, but I don't have any courses of my own. If that's what you mean. None that you can buy. But Chessable is definitely like the place for the club player or the improving player to practice. There's no doubt about that. Hippots, well, I haven't verified it fully with like an engine myself or taking a look at it. I'm just following the course right now. As I get much deeper into the course, I think I will be more interested in sort of, you know, verifying it and like just double checking it. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure the G4 move is sound. I'm sure there's been some updates to this course too. That's one of the interesting things about Chessable is that even if a course is from like many years ago, the author will still go in and update their course in case some of their moves are like, I don't know, not good all of a sudden from like recent engine evaluations or anything. What are the other courses I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do an E4, E5 course for black. So that's a big one, that's a lot. And I never play E5, so that'll be difficult for me. I'm also gonna do the Budapest for black. So that's D4, Knight F6, C4, E5. And then against C4, I'm gonna do the two knights. So really, really common, like C4, E5, and then Knight F6, Knight C6. So those will all be things that are really outside my comfort zone. I thought I would start with the London, basically kind of give some new life to my London and the way that I play it as a nice little step, foray into new variations. But after this, I'm gonna be learning the openings for black, and it is gonna be much more unnatural for me. So right now, I'm like, okay, I'm learning something new, but you know, I'm learning something new, but it's still familiar. I'm about to be learning something new with black that's also going to be unfamiliar, so that will be more challenging. Shima. Hello, Mr. Not going to pronounce that name, Mo. Hey, Chess Riddle. Outrun YouTube, Comail? I'm not sure, but it would probably be something just copyright free, Comail. I'm not sure I can tell you. I don't know off the top of my head. All right, without further ado, let's continue. I'm learning this. I'm learning this Jobava London. I think it's definitely a more energetic, upgraded way to play the London. What up, JKA? So let's continue here. we talked about knight takes e5, right? Knight takes e5, and we said just rook to e1. Instead, pawn takes d5, bishop c4. Okay. Black still complete development. You can compare the e3 c4 bishops to the g7 c8 bishops. I think that's a pretty good point. Like, if you just look at the quality of the bishops, it's unmatched. Yeah. Nice and easy. Now, again, when I say nice and easy, I don't mean that you get to this position and it's like, oh yeah, and you're just winning here. This is a position that you still need to understand properly. Like, what do you do with the rest of your pieces? But at least here, it truly is like a little bit more basic. Knight b6, I would bring the bishop back to b3. Rook e1, rook d1 are like brain dead moves. All pretty good ones. So, I don't think this is that difficult to understand. Okay, e6. Interesting. Although it's tempting to go into the French with e4, yeah, of course, that's not what this is all about. So bishop f4, I'm assuming, transposes into many, many lines that we've already looked at, especially after d5. But I guess right now we're focusing on the moves that don't transpose. Okay. Well, bishop f4 makes sense because it's literally the Jobava London. So I suppose, yeah, as I said, the focus is going to be on moves here that are not d5. Yeah, d5 would transpose to chapter 1, exactly. So bishop b4, and because there's no knight e2 right away, queen d3 is the move. Okay, and we immediately want to boot the bishop. And this is interesting because it feels like, to me, taking and playing knight d5, it just feels more or less equal. Like, this looks all completely forced. And yeah, I don't know. This really does feel like more or less equal, but okay. I guess I can appreciate white has a slight edge here. Knight f3, castles, maybe e4. Like, you have more space, you have the center. But it doesn't look like much, I'll say that. So bishop d3, h4, castles. I'm not fully convinced by this line yet, but I'm ready to be. I'm ready to be. Bishop f4, queen d3. It does look really equal-ish. Like, just very symmetrical. White has more space, but kind of curious. Where the advantage lies in that position. Yeah, this is a position I would maybe be curious to spend a little more time on, just because I see this and I'm like, huh, you know, what comes next? But as I keep saying, we're in the, you know, the quick start introduction right now. So we're not really, like, there might be more depth to this in the actual chapter. So I'm going to leave it for now. But yeah, this is something where it's like, yeah, white's ready to finish development. Like, looks like a good position for white, but I'm not really convinced. Because a lot of pieces have been traded, and yeah. Okay, whoa. So bishop b4, queen d3, b6. Very logical. Now queen f3. That's a very unique move. this is gonna get pretty crazy, I think. Knight c6, castles. And I mean, I'm wondering if the move is e4 next. I feel like the move could almost be g4, which would be very like in tune with the course. But maybe g4 is a little nuts. Okay, yeah, we castle. So bishop b7, b5. Okay, well, there's already like knight e7 comes to mind. Although there'll probably be e4 after that. Knight e7, bishop takes c3. We can just play pawn takes c6. And of course, taking on d5. Yeah, knight e7, e4 makes a lot of sense. I feel that white has a big advantage here, practically speaking. Knight g6, knight e2, strangely. I feel like I really agree with the notation or the text annotations that it's very easy to go wrong. Like if you ever take this pawn in the center, I'm assuming that the idea is e5, which can get really, really intense really quickly. Like I think just a good position for white. So h4. Queen f3. Knight comes to c6. We castle to defend, and we just immediately go d5. I imagine they'll probably also cover this. Knight e2 is a weird move to me, but we don't want the pawns to double. So even though we lose our dark square bishop here, after h4 it's a playable position, which is interesting. Again, I would not feel super comfortable losing this dark square bishop. Like after knight here, my instinct is to move this bishop. So playing knight e2 is already a kind of a strange move for me to play. Okay, well, this is the line. All of these things are really interesting to me because, you know, they end and I'm not fully convinced by them. But if the course is recommending them, you know, I can get behind that. I'm happy to just follow the course, that's for sure. I think you have to be open to that kind of stuff. d5, a3. I mean, if bishop takes c3, I don't think you're happy. It just doesn't make any sense. So bishop d6, and now we take, which is very interesting. And white already has an advantage, which is remarkable. Okay, this is very easy to understand. Right. So, yeah, this is the important part. I would be most curious here about moves like queen d5, because it's like, oh, if you take, you don't really have anything. But it looks like you always put the queen over here, castle, knight f3, bishop d3. But I would be most curious about the move queen d5. Probably queen d5 on the previous turn, queen f4. It's the c7 pawn, something like that. Those would be the kinds of moves that I would be most interested in. Takes, e4. This is really easy to remember. Just everybody trades and then you long castle, you know? Not too difficult. So I am most interested in, I guess, where are we right now? We're here. I'm most interested in this. bishop d6 takes e4. And then, to me, queen d5 is like the move that I at least want to look at. Because I'm curious what white's reaction is. It's obviously not taking. I was between queen h4 and queen f4. And the reason that I wanted to look at this is because if queen a2 gets played after castling, that doesn't feel good. So I'm like, what's going on here? You know, queen takes d5 is one of the best moves, but is that really the way to play this? Maybe. I don't know. Queen e3 and c... Because like if I play queen h4 here, you know, and follow sort of the idea, I don't know, I could get into some weird, you know, g5 move, right? What the hell is that? So queen e3, knight c6, knight f3, that's for sure. Castles. It looks like white's still maintaining a pretty serious advantage here. The pieces are just really bad for black. So, good to know. Good to know. We played bishop d3, and maybe in this case, we actually short castle. I'm not sure. But we'll gain some time playing the move c4 to hit the queen. But, yeah, interestingly, queen d5 would be the move that I would consider here. This is like main move. Okay. But again, I'm sure it's covered. This makes sense though, you just get a big attack by going queen h4. It looks like this variation talks about things that don't transpose. So, knight f6 and then d5 is the main way, but let's say that you play d5, knight c3 and don't play knight f6. I won't believe. Can you hear it? Can you hear it? All that voices. Yeah, I'm okay if we don't do that, Wally. I'll be honest with you. I'm okay if we skip that nomenclature. Bishop f5, f3. So we know from our history in this course so far that we want to play g4 and h4. However, if we respond to this move with bishop f4, then knight f6, e3 would transpose, right? But if we respond to this with f3, knight f6, then if we play bishop f4, it transposes to us being Simon Williams, and we're not Simon Williams. So after knight f6 here, we would probably skip the move bishop f4 and just play the move g4, if I'm reading that correctly. I'm not sure. Yeah. So yeah, we definitely need to play g4 because bishop f4 that's a transposition to something that he didn't want us to play. So it would have to be g4. Okay, and yeah, this is simply different. Here, we're not even waiting, we're not even playing h4. So this is brand new. Because my instincts here, based on the course, would be to play h4. And then h5, g5. That's not what he wants here. If knight d7, by the way, the d pawn is just hanging, and knight g8 feels kind of depressing. So knight h5, and then I think I saw it just straight up e4. This is pretty incredible. So e4 takes f4, what the hell? f4 with the idea of bishop e2 to just win the piece. Wow. Okay, e5 is obviously an engine move. I think it's more important to read the other information here. h6 looks natural, but white can win a piece. f5 takes. Yeah. Okay, but we're up a piece here. This cannot be overly dangerous. Yeah. e6, bishop e2, and I mean the knight just, I mean you just lose the knight literally. So e5 is pretty much the only move. I'm trying to think what else to play as black. f5, just bishop e2. If queen d6, because queen d6 also, by the way, looks like a move there to maybe play knight takes f4. I think after queen d6, we just play knight b5 to hit the queen and chase it away from that pawn. The queen moves somewhere, then we play bishop e2, and the idea is we just bring our knight back and then take the knight. I think, I don't know. Maybe there's other moves after queen d6. Oh, we could just do the same thing as h6. Yeah, f5. What am I saying? f5 is a massive threat there. Queen d6, f5. There you go. Use the same idea that we just learned. Queen d6, f5, bishop has to take, just win that knight. That's easier. Much easier. Okay, so here they want us to go f takes. Bishop e3 to guard the pawn. And now bishop e2 to quote unquote win this knight. I mean, this is incredible based on the move knight f5, I suppose. Knight d5, Jesus. I mean, at this point, you're looking at, the reason why I like this stuff is like, it might seem ridiculous, like it's so stupid, what are these engine lines we're analyzing? But if the engine line doesn't happen, you're winning a piece. So that's why there's only relevance in analyzing this ridiculous engine line. So queen e2, would it be queen d4? d2 played. Queen g5, Jesus. So if pawn takes, what's wrong with that? Oh, queen h4 is coming. Got it. Good God. So here, 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 here. Yeah, I understand. Knight e2. But like, what are the chances that this line appears on the board? Pretty much never, right? Like, you're never gonna see that. Which means that if people play that knight h5 move, you're just gonna win, right? You're just gonna win outright. So that's why I don't mind these crazy engine lines, because he has to show them, because he has to justify the variation. But you can just disregard it as it'll probably never happen, and if it does, you know, clap it up for your opponent, you know? e4, f4. And then it's like, yeah, if they don't play this move, you just win immediately. Takes, bishop e3, bishop e2. This is nuts. I would instinctively go pawn takes, but I forgot about it. I didn't even like notice this idea until later. And it's like, okay, what the heck? What the heck? All right, gonna have to remember that line. Here, bishop e2, take the material. Dang, that's a variation, all right. That's a variation. Okay, so now instead of what? Knight c6, was it? Black plays h6. This was only played in 1965. Holy smoke. We're learning from 1965, boys. Yeah, they had a lot to offer back then. Queen g4, my goodness. Yeah, I guess we give up trying to win the knight here because black's gonna take and the knight will be defended. no way black just sits here and retakes that pawn. Yeah, it had to be something aggressive. c5. This is getting a little bit nonsensical, but I'm not fully paying attention to this line, I have to say, because truthfully, if black's able to play knight h5 and justify it with a move played from 1965, again, clap it up, you know? Like, congratulations, bro. You deserve it. We're restricting this knight, so not letting it rejoin the game. Now, okay, knight g5. Position is complex, chances for both sides. Black has very weird pieces. I certainly agree with that. All right, 1965 move, queen g4. Trade queens, take the pawn, defend the center, recapture. Castle? No, I think knight e2. We want to restrict the knight. Here, take it. Now castle. Knight d5, again restrict the knight, so it can't ever go to f4. And then finish with this. Jeez, I mean, what a variation. Definitely not intuitive. Restrict the knight. Castle. Restrict the knight again. Now that black wants to do something, and then finish with bishop g4. Oof. Okay. Okay. Definitely a weird one, but as I said, I'm not paying too much attention to this, which is why I went through it pretty quickly. I just don't think it's super relevant. Of course, it has to be included, but like, I wouldn't waste my time trying to memorize this variation. You're probably never gonna see it. Okay, so remember, we're looking at lines now without knight f6. So when knight f6, bishop f4 was in, and black played c5, what did we do? We did e4. So I don't think it's a stretch to play e4 here, right? To remember to do this. This makes sense. So when the knight and bishop are out, we play e4 and we take on c5. Here, after taking, we actually play d5. This actually makes a lot of sense to me. I'm thinking of lines like the Albin counter gambit, you know what I mean? Like, variations like this. After taking, and the plan is like this, and knight c6, right? And this is kind of the same idea here. Same thing with this opening. You know, the Falkbeer counter gambit. Now, taking, technically the move is this, but if you want, technically playable is the move e4. I played a Slowbrow game like this recently, but the idea is like they take you and you push in the center. Same thing in both of those, and that's what we see here. They took in the center, and then we played d5. Exact same concept. Albin's a fun opening, Digitals. I think it's extremely tricky, honestly. Okay, now takes, push. The idea is to play knight e2 here. I would agree that e6 is more like in the spirit of the opening compared to just g6. G6 is like, hey, take your pawn back, no problem. I'll just get developed. Yeah, exactly. So just bishop e2 and castle. White has a little bit more space. Black has a great bishop. It looks like black develops basically the same way. And what are they going to do? Knight f6 after? Yep. Yeah, I think this is probably the last key move. Making sure not to trade pieces, as it only helps black. e5. Okay, so c5, we just have to remember e4, d5, and knight e2, recapture the pawn. But g6 I think is going to be less common than e6, and he mentions that as well. Just bishop e2, castle, and c4, and making sure not to trade. So e4 makes a lot of sense. d5 is kind of the new move, and then here we need a move for white, and the plan is to just go recapture this pawn. Bishop e2, castle, defend the center, and don't trade. Oh, provisionally able. Okay. Another level up. Making me feel good out here. Making me feel good out here. Provisionally able. Yeah, this felt like a pretty... Like, I think the next one with e6 is going to be... Yeah, I assume this is the challenging variation. This is the one that I think is more important. So we respond with knight f4. And usually the plan is like bishop d5 check. You want to try to get that move in. Okay, knight takes basically doesn't have any threats. So queen takes is played so that black takes. Then you take back, and suddenly knight c7 is a threat. So queen d5 is a little bit more challenging. Bishop d6 guards c7, bishop e3. And I imagine... Well, first of all, bishop e3 doesn't really threaten it, because I don't think it's a threat, but bishop c5 and knight c7 does win the rook. It's just that the knight will get stuck in the corner. So bishop e3 is more probably just a long castle, and like bishop c4, rook e1, and just like develop really quickly. Castles. So black fully defends this pawn. We have a discovered attack on the bishop, but we don't really have any amazing places to put the knight. For example, knight f6 check. Maybe king e7 can be played, but also pawn takes and king e7 I guess could exist too. It looks like knight f6 check, king e7 is the way. And then knight back to d5, I don't know, king f7, for example. I'm not sure that actually helps. And in fact, after knight f4, black plays king e7 anyway, so it's a massive improvement having the knight here. Interesting. I wonder why knight h5 is not good right there. Like, why is h4 necessary? I'm wondering why knight h5 now isn't a good move. Because if bishop e5, this pawn hangs. And g6, what does the move h4 do? You can still play bishop check. I'm actually not sure, but that would be my question, is why not knight h5 right away? What does h4 actually do? If g6, we just play bishop g5. If king f7, I guess there's just bishop c4, so kind of tough to play. Okay, so knight g7, f4 seems to be the normal procedure here for black. The only way to equalize for black is to not capture the rook. So if you capture the rook with the rook, I guess bishop takes c5, and if you play king takes, probably bishop takes f4, and pieces just kind of run wild in the position. Yeah. Yeah, I can see how this is an advantage. Okay, so knight f4, making us go from the start. Take with the f knight. Suin, I think you were wondering why after e6 did bishop b5 not work, but it was because of white's move, right? Keep in mind, white, after the move d5, knight f6, it was white to play. White played knight e2, blocking the bishop. That's why black felt they had time to play e6. Not knight takes, but queen takes. Now bishop e3, castles. And here is where we had this weird move like knight here and then h4. Stopping bishop g5. It's a sort of miraculous move. And then our knight can always retreat, so just time for bishop e2 there. 8 pieces and pawns. Castles. Knight f4 hitting the bishop. h4, which I'm still puzzled. Exact reason. Bishop e2. Yeah, this line will come in handy, exactly. The next time you're up against, you know, the 1200s in the chess.com pool that are busting out tons of moves of theory, yeah, this will come in handy. Divide Peaks, thanks for the 22 months. Fantastic. We're getting prime resubs over on Twitch while we're here on Kick. Look at that. Electric frame. Okay. E6. So I feel like, yeah, I'm just starting to get to the point where I'm like, wait a minute, have we not seen this before? But I guess we haven't. Because as long as they don't play knight f6, this is new, right? So bishop d6, and we do not take. Something that I am very familiar with from the London. Just playing e3. So this makes a lot of sense to me. Okay. Putting a bit more spice. I would play bishop d3 and castle like immediately. And I think that's fine for white. Good position. But queen d2, more flexible. And it's true usually if you play bishop d3, black plays bishop a6, and you feel silly because you move your bishop and then it's getting traded. So that's probably why h4 is being played, so that if black does this, you just like take it in one go. Yeah. Makes sense. Queen e2 hitting the knight. And already h5, and I guess black's in some serious trouble here. There's gonna be g4, knight e5, g5. Like, this is actually a really, really dangerous attack. Yep. This looks very good for white. This I can get behind. So we stay true to our setup here. b4, knight c3, bishop f4. Bishop here. e3, so that we take it back. Knight f3, queen d2, and then h4 to make sure we're ready for bishop a6, which does look really logical, by the way. h5, castles, and we'll be doing knight e5 and g4 there. Yep, this makes sense. Again, just be careful not to go here because your bishop will just get traded. It's such a common thing, so you really want to be careful not to rush bishop d3. I'm trying to wait for black to go here, so I can take in one move. Yeah, I definitely like this line. I've always been a big fan of e takes f4 positions. So this makes a lot of sense. E takes f4 and white launches a massive kingside attack. Okay, and yeah, this is why I was saying this is clearly a whole course overview right now, because f5 is just a small chapter in this course, but it's showing you what to expect. So of course, we're gonna play knight c3 here. Bishop f4. If you've been paying attention to the common themes, you might guess our next move. What do you think the next move is gonna be, guys? I have a I have a few guesses. It's also prefaced by the fact that it says, this is where we get to really have some fun. So if this is where we're really having some fun, my guess is that it's probably g4 or h4. So let's say black plays g6 next, which is like a very normal move. I imagine after g6 that we would either play h4 or g4. H4 makes some sense. H4 makes a lot of sense to me. I actually play, as you guys might know, I actually play a line with H4, so this is just way too logical. Makes sense to me. Bishop G7 and E3. This is Hans Niemann's Jobava London course on Chessable that we're looking at right now. Man, this is really impressive. Here we are streaming on Kick, and we're getting Twitch Prime subs. I mean, look at us go. Look at us go. Go primers. Stopping castling makes sense. So now when we play h5, they want to play g5. Okay. After queen here, by the way, king f7 is actually like forced. I mean, yeah, I can't take this. Like, there's no way this is good, right? For black. So we start with the same moves, easy to remember. And then it's time for h4. The last thing to remember is that we still want to stay with the long castle way of playing. So yeah, this is actually really intuitive. Stopping castling. Hitting the pawn and finishing with long castle. So that's the Dutch with g6. So now you look at the Dutch with d6. But the difference with d6 is h4 doesn't really do that much right now because g6, like black's not playing g6, right? So now instead you switch to just opening the center. I mean, this is really, this is really simple stuff. So we're going long castling in almost every line, which makes it actually really easy to remember. Computer probably supports, like, I mean, black's position looks like trash. There's no control in the center. Bishop looks awful. Like, I can see how that just looks really, really bad. Yeah, this is a pretty convincing variation. But okay, the Dutch is not like a serious contender. Yeah, I imagine what's going to be looked at now is d6 and g6, but d6, g6, and hey, here's that move I was talking about. So e6 gets played, and we look at the move g4. Idea might look crazy, but it's actually the first choice of the engine. White aim's going for immediate initiative. This looks like fun. g4. The idea is that, like, if the knight takes and you play e4, you can't take the e-pawn because the knight is hanging, so. d5, well, d5 is black fully declining the gambit. But yeah, we traded the g-pawn for the e-pawn, so I would say this is a massive success for white. Yeah, so I would say this is the most confusing part for me. This is the most confusing part for me. Because this is a point where you have to remember that double pawns are actually okay here. We almost never allow the double pawns in any other variation. This is one to remember. Yeah, that makes more sense, Darkbone. I was like realizing that it was Title Tuesday time. That makes more sense. Up till now, 60% of this course is usable. So what do you mean by that, Omer? What's the 60% number? Okay, a3. Interesting. So I suppose, what are we doing? f3, bishop d3, h4, knight h3 or knight e2, king f2. Yeah, h4 makes a lot of sense. Need some space. Wow, just h4, h5. Huh. h4, h5. I'm wondering about h6, but then I'm thinking, wait a minute, h6 is kind of a trash move. White just brings the knight to like g6 or something. Plus, c5 doesn't scare me since I have these double pawns I can just take it back with. And the king is able to just go up safely. Huh. That's interesting. Yeah, g4 is certainly an interesting move here. Well, this is easy to remember. It's time for the H pawn, baby. And then F3 at the end. But D5 is, you know, not going to be the most common, I think. Pretty sure that black playing something to take that pawn is going to be the main thing in the Dutch, but I'm sure it's covered. So this is the modern. We don't necessarily get typical position, but the move itself is not great. And yeah, this stuff we looked at. Knight F, remember this? Knight F3, Bishop E2, castle. We already did look at this, so I guess he's gonna cover things here that aren't covered there. White to play. Did we even... Did I even see a move? I don't even think I saw a move. Oh, I can only imagine E4. I was like, wait a minute, I didn't even see a move there. Jobava London is what? Knight C3, Bishop F4. So again, we're just kind of keeping the same ideas. A rare case where our position doesn't look like the Jobava London. And again, when he talks about this being a transposition, I know we haven't looked at it yet, but it transposes to something that will be covered in the course. And this is just the intro, so. I like the early H3s though. This makes me feel good. It's a solid, like we don't deal with Bishop G4 at all. Bishop D3. Yeah, castles. C3. The main question is like how to react to black's move E5 because that's going to happen. And here's the answer. Knight BD2, A4, A5, Knight C4, Rook E1. Yeah, this looks normal. So Knight F3, H3, Bishop D3, castles, C3, Bishop E3, and Knight D2. It's a pretty basic setup to follow. As I said, like, it looks nothing like Jobava London or anything, but it's also a really natural way to play it. Just like pieces to normal squares. Most important thing to remember here is to play C3 and Knight D2 instead of Knight C3. So that's about it. So D6, we go Knight C3, and this is a position we've seen before. So again, I've covered this. Knight C3, we've actually seen this before. So again, if black plays Knight F6, we just go Bishop E2 castle. We've seen that. We've seen that before. But anytime that black tries to play C6 or A6 in order to play B5, we just always play pawn to A4. Always. So never allow the move B5 to happen in any way, shape, or form. Okay, H4, I like the aggression. This is, at this point, we're basically playing against the hippo, to be quite honest with you. Bishop here, I'm assuming we'll see E6, yeah. So, after E5, I'm assuming we're gonna play H5 and play on the light squares, which I love. H5, nice. Yeah, this looks like a really really nice positional setup. So yeah, at this point, if black doesn't play F5, I think he can nearly resign. Like, at this point, I'm playing knight d2, and if I play g4 on the next move, plus f3, reroute this knight to like e3 or g3, I mean, black can resign. There's no break here. This always leaves you with a weak pawn on d6. Bishop is trash. Like, white has a massive advantage. The reason that you have such a huge advantage in this structure with the pawns like that is that if black wants to use the f4 square, how does he get there? Knight g6 or knight e6 to f4, right? You can't. It's not possible. Whereas if I want to use the f5 square, I can just walk right in. So really uncomfortable for black and basically resignable after g4. So that's why f5 is the only move to look at here. But we take, and I mean, yeah, white has a huge advantage here. Okay, d6 brings knight c3. We never let b5 happen, and we immediately go for h5. And it's really concrete because this hippo stuff, like when someone plays d5 and against you in the hippo, you always play e5, right? Close it up. But then h5 happens and you get hit with this positional idea. There we go. Yeah, this looks like a really big advantage. Like if I can ever trade the light square bishop off, it's just better. Like it's just better for white, no matter what. That's why bishop d3 is highlighted here. Trade the light square bishops, and it's really easy from there. d4 c5, okay. Yeah, a lifetime repertoire, I guess, means like you just have to consider every option. This is going to be obvious, though. There's no reason to play anything except d5. I think this is, after e5, just for... Computer hates this stuff for black, like truly. Yeah, I agree with this sentence here, or this statement. There are many different moves. I don't think it's important to go into extreme depth. The computer gives a 1.6 advantage for a reason, so it's important to know how you develop, and that's really all it is. Like, you don't need to know like exactly what. You just need to know where the pieces go. Okay, anytime a6 gets played, you always play a4. And yeah, anytime black plays it, you just always play a4. That's easy to remember. And now I guess we'll see this. Okay, I mean, we're about to see the main idea. I'm pretty sure that bishop g5 is how things are going to get played. I'm not sure if there's some kind of queen g4. I'm trying to remember. I don't think so. Bishop g5 takes. No, it is queen g4. I knew I had this move in my head from somewhere. Takes queen g4, and this is kind of a same idea applies with a this idea is like, okay, white's actually threatening queen c8 check in that position, and after you take, if black does take, then I have a5 knight a4, huge play on the queen side. Also, after I take, you know, the h file is open. Black doesn't have f5 breaks. Queen g4 is actually really just very intuitive there. Always a4 to prevent this. This is really easy to understand. Just going for this queen trade. Hello Eddie, and good afternoon. Learning some Jobava London theory on Chessable, buddy. And yes, you're absolutely right, Eddie. c5 and e5 is total nonsense, honestly, at a high level of chess. But this is a very easy way to play against it. Go for the endgame after queen g4, and this looks nearly unplayable for black. The advantage is quite significant here. Knight f6, okay. I imagine the line here is going to be with g6. Black has two main choices. c4 transposes Benko and modern Benoni. Regardless, knight c3 is the best move. So yeah, all these lines are white not playing the move c4. I'm assuming e4, yeah. e6 and take. Well, this makes a little bit of sense. I imagine after d6, taking just makes things the easiest to follow, but white probably has a significant edge in most of these lines. So the plan is knight to f4. And once it gets there, we're just taking straight away, like waiting for nothing. Okay, that's easy to remember. Literally just go take that bishop, and then fianchetto and castle. Most likely castle, I'm assuming. Okay, well this is very clear. If this move forces e5, then we can say that white's position is amazing. Just amazing. Yeah, there's not much to say here. This is just, it's not a good opening, and it's not a good opening for a reason. Again, I'm sure there's other ways black can play, but truthfully, there's just nothing, there's nothing to do. Just a bad opening. So knight c3, e4. It's important to remember, if black takes here, instead of playing that, I think you play e5, pawn to e5, chasing the knight away somewhere, and then you take the pawn on d5 with your knight, rather than just taking back. So that's why black plays this move at all. Otherwise, he would take, if he were just playing to take back. But no, if they take, you're playing e5. So that's why this has to be played. So we do have time for this. The knight comes to f4, and just immediately take and put pressure. Yeah, e4 takes e5. Very hard to stop this plan, right? What does black do? If you play here, I can just go bishop e2, and I have this amazing square. Threatening the knight and the pawn there indirectly, and we just castle. We reached the rank of rank riser. I'll take it. I've reached the rank of rank riser. That's a good rank to be. Feeling good about this rank. Feeling good about this. And we're at what? Only a couple more variations before we have an overall picture of the entire course. So we're almost done. Let's power through these last variations, and then we can have some overall thoughts here. Hey, the Englund Gambit. The Grandmaster and me wanted to completely ignore the move e5. Computer gives a +2 advantage. As a man of the people in this being lifetime repertoire, I want to show you how to crush the heart and soul of every Englund Gambit player. Playing e5 is truly a disease that stunts a player's development. Playing e5 is truly a disease that stunts a player's development, so I hope that if you crush someone here, that you'll give them a reality check and save them from the Englund Gambit cult. Well, if I see any one of them, I'll make sure to let them know. I'll make sure to let them know if I see one. All right, guess what? Of course we're gonna take. What does he recommend? Knight f3. Queen e7 is the most common by far and leads to a very well-known sacrifice that we will not shy away from. Uh-huh. Okay. This is very easy. I've seen this before. Rook g1. When you look at the database here, you'll notice a few common names. It seems like the Englund Gambit is a very addictive opening for the degenerate chess player. Rook g1. Let's see it. Or sorry, rook b1 rather. Queen takes c3. Huh. Knight d2. Black has sacrificed their queen for 2 pieces and pawn. I could stop the line here, but I'll show a few more moves. Bishop takes e5. Uh-huh. g3, bishop g2. In all honesty, it's very hard for me to take this position seriously. I will simply tell you guys a few principles of conversion. When you're up material, you should aim to trade pieces and simplify the position. This approach will be very effective here. And we'll leave it at that. Man, I feel like some of that was directed right at me without even getting credit. I got the worst of both worlds. Didn't even get credit for how bad it was, and got ridiculed for how bad it is. Damn it. Alright, knight c3, bishop d2, rook b1, takes, knight d2, and okay, knight takes e5 is a big move, but bishop e5, fair enough, g3, bishop g2, and castles. Here we go. This is the important one, right? Knight takes e5, rook b3. One of the most concrete ways to create a lot of problems. Queen a1. So bishop a5, queen a1. Oh, this looks really familiar, doesn't it? Geez, I feel like I'm in rehab right now, quite literally. Rehab. f6, rook b5. And I think at that point, the point is you need to play bishop takes knight, because if knight here, knight c6, rook takes bishop, or bishop here, either way, bad things happen on e5. So bishop b6, rook takes e5, queen takes e5. White can afford to sacrifice the exchange. Black king is exposed. White will continue the attack. This really is like a full rehab for me. There we go. So if I'm not mistaken, that's the entire, let's see here. Is that the entire introduction? Yeah. So, or rather, quick starter guide. Obviously, we did the intro. It's extremely brief. Just tells you about the opening. The quick starter guide basically summarizes every single. Because remember, we were doing like Englund, C5, Modern. We did all these. So it took a little bit from every single one of these. It took a little bit out of every single one. So I think we have a pretty clear overview of the entire thing, what to expect, right? I think that much is obvious. We looked at a whole bunch of different things. The main ones are definitely like you know, that stem from here. A6, E6, G6, Bishop F5, C5. Right? Those were like, and I think that's the bulk of the entire course. And obviously there will be things that pop up that, you know, maybe we haven't exactly covered, but I think that's more or less the idea. Right? But we looked at a lot of those. I think that that's going to be the bulk of it. And then of course, apart from that, you still have to be prepared after d4. Like, what if someone does something different, like f5 or g6? Like, there's tons of random moves to play. But for the most part, I think the course is focused on the Jobava London, which is when you get these 3 moves that characterize most of the way that you're going to play. And I would say from here, it seems to be e3, knight b5, knight f3, bishop e2 in almost every single line. So the nice thing for me is that I at least have a background playing the London, so it's not all completely new, which is why I'm able to maybe get the stuff a little bit quicker. But believe me, in this new series, I'm not just gonna be like studying the London as a cop-out. I wanted to revamp the London, and so I did. I think the Jobava London is just a trendy and interesting way to play it nowadays, but I'm also gonna be learning brand new stuff with black, e4, e5, right? That I've literally never played in my life before, so I'm quite nervous about that. Like, I think it actually will be really tough for me. And the idea is that I have a new account that once I've learned everything, I'm gonna be playing that stuff on that account, and that'll be the only stuff that I play there. So that'll be my rehab account. Practice only the new openings. No, I'm not playing the Vienna with white, I'm playing d4. I'm not that much of an addict. You know, you're not getting me addicted to a new drug in rehab. Rehab is for no drugs. And the most important thing is after d4, e5, I literally have to see the exact opening that I play all the time, and I have to watch it go down in flames as I confidently capture that. No problem. But I would like to say that Iman Hambleton made it into the lifetime repertoire for the Jobava London, permanently etched in history. And why? Because I'm a goddamn queen sack addict, and somebody, in this case Hans Niemann, had to make an entire chapter dedicated just to my queen sacrifice. That's how many people are playing it. That's how many times I've played it. It actually got a chapter. Yes, we made it. We got a chapter. This is big. Important for me. What am I gonna play against e4? I can show you. These are the courses that I'm gonna be using, not all of them, but so the Jobava London, I'm definitely gonna be using as white. As black, I'm gonna be doing the Budapest Gambit against d4. I'm gonna be doing e4, e5 as black against e4. And against c4, I'm gonna be playing e5, so the reverse Sicilian, and the 2 knights variation. Yeah, Andrew MJ, I'm just using material that's out on Chessable for this series. That's the goal here. Quite the course load. I know, it's a lot to work through. I'm hoping that it's not going to be too bad, and that you guys also learn a thing or two by going through it together. But I'm basically taking all my current openings, putting them in the trash, and doing them all over again. And I'm hoping to show how I can use Chessable to make that happen without suffering too much of a setback. because it's a pretty scary thing to totally redo your repertoire. But for someone who's watching right now, you might not already have your repertoire set in stone, so it's a little easier for you to be like, okay, I'm just gonna pick this, 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 and this, and like stick to it for a while. But I think Chessable is a pretty nice tool to use if you're looking to improve or study or work on your openings, especially. Will there be any e4 in the future? Well, I think the point of this series is if I'm able to have success with it, then who knows, I might do it again, maybe for an e4 focus. But for now, I'm trying to pick things that are exciting. We have a few gambits we're looking at, but also solid. e4, e5, that's like a must know for every single player. But then also systematic so that you don't have to learn too many things against a variety of openings. The Jobava London, you can play it against anything. So it's a little mix of everything, this repertoire, and if the series is interesting and we're learning things together, then maybe I could do it again with new openings. What rating should a player be concerned with their opening repertoire? I think even as early as 1200. Before that, I think like you can probably make your rating just with habits, but once you're above 1200, 1300, then I think a little bit of opening study will probably set you apart from your peers. Eric 4-4 entitled Tuesday. We love to hear that, Baz. We love to hear that. Oh, Magnus is playing. That's right. Can I spectate him? I'm not sure I can. Yeah, he's playing his SCC. What's happening here? He's playing Wesley. He won, he drew, he won, he won, he won. He finally lost the game. He drew, he won, he drew, he won, he won. So he's just absolutely dominating, right? He's literally won every game or something. Incredible. Yeah, I've only seen knight c4 here, but this is uninspiring to say the least. Because now I guess the idea is to just trap this bishop. Crazy. I mean, this is just gross. This is just gross. Queen d2, queen e7, and then d4, c6, bishop back, knight takes, and you win the knight on a3. I mean, ouch. Magnus is hurting him. He's practically winning on the spot here. Knight b1, a6, a3. Takes, trades. That looks okay, but unfortunately, it's going to be worse for him than that. This is an extremely uncomfortable position. He's winning against Wesley in like 10 moves. He's got Wesley on massive tilt right now. course, Magnus has the top engine line dialed in. Dialed in. Bazmaniac, thanks for the 10 kick subs. This is just unpleasant. Magnus is a c5 kind of guy, for sure. I mean, takes, queen takes is easy to see why it's so bad. And then takes on d8. I don't know if this pawn's so easy to defend. We'll see. But this is a very Magnus move. I guess you could also go b6, but it's just like very much in his wheelhouse. Probably had to stop and calculate king d2, but I think he's okay here. I mean, he's just way ahead on the position here. This is a particularly strong move. Probably Magnus thought it's not possible due to like knight f2 or knight e5, but knight f2, rook here, knight takes d3, rook d5, and knight e5, e4, and knight c4, you move the king, and then both pieces are hanging. So maybe he missed something there. It is still Wesley So we're talking about. Wesley also doesn't have much time here. Like, he's literally on 5 seconds. Against someone like Magnus, I feel like that's not acceptable. Takes and bishop e4 looks tempting, but takes runs into knight e7. So you don't actually have that move available. It's easy to kind of forget that. Knight e5 maybe? I guess knight e5, king c3. Oh, everything is opening up here. Unpleasant position. So knight takes, rook takes, and knight c7 is the only reason that white can actually continue to play the game. Otherwise, knight e4, you could resign. Is he trying to play some crazy move like this? Yeah, I think he is. Wow. He's going for it all here. Some kind of crazy e2 move. So right now the bishop's attacked. Bishop f7 takes, e2 takes, and knight takes c5. Is that what's gonna happen? It's a really nasty move. Bishop takes c4, the knight's dominated. Carlsen wins on time. What a freaking game. You can just hardly move as white here. It's like incredibly uncomfortable. So wait, what was the score? It just popped up on screen, but I wasn't even looking. Oh, nasty stuff from Magnus. 9.5 to 2.5. Oof. That's a massacre. Against someone like Wesley of all people, like, this is super impressive. That's right, Eddie. It really is. Witnessing something special here. So Magnus is looking all but sure to go into the finals, or I guess he's playing either MVL or Hikaru, right? And I guess that game is happening like tomorrow maybe or something, or soon. Damn. Damn. Well, I might look at a few more things in the Jobava London. And then after Title Tuesday, which is, I guess, in like an hour and a half or so. Then we might have our viewer tournament, which I think I'll make a themed tournament. So it'll be a Jobava London tournament. A chance for both sides to practice. And because it's themed, I think it also means it's unrated. So if you want to try the opening out, you don't risk losing your rating. I'm going to take a couple minutes break, and I will be right back. I'll be right back. We'll continue here. I'm learning a new opening. It's going all right so far. Magnus is crushing, and Eric started Title Tuesday well. Go, Eric. I'll be back in a sec. All right, I got a little bit of food. I saw Dark Phone. It is impressive. What's happening to Wesley here is actually crazy. Okay. So King G3, I don't know, are you scared of like getting mated? That's incredible. Takes B1 and Bishop D3 and he's winning. Wesley is on like massive tilt right now. And he's like, and he's insta resigning, so you know he's on tilt. The scoreline is insane. Are they in a break or something? Eric's playing down. Icky and Bach. Can I not spectate this game either? And they're really protective of these Title Tuesday tournaments now. It's the same as SCC. I can't even spectate. Like what? It's turning into like the marquee chess event. I didn't realize that. What the hell? Oh my god, I didn't realize. Title Tuesday is here. Holy smokes. This is sweaty as hell. Ah. Hello to Smucker. Here's the dream.
I don't know what more
At F1, I guess bishop here. H4, bishop F4.
All my friends say he's a fool and promise that you're cool inside, but you just can't envision it. Maybe one
And now, if you don't take, I think things might get uncomfortable for black. Surprisingly. It's kind of a weird thing to say, but I really think you need to take this knight now. I know what you mean, Eddie. I have the same feeling, except I think we may learn something to the contrary. Surprisingly difficult to progress. Knight takes b2. I think that's a lot. Knight b2 is a lot. That's what I'm saying. Bach is trying to say hello here, but Hickey is like #1 toughest guy to bring down when you're winning against him. Well, that's a categoric miss there. He now has to play King F8, but this is a huge achievement for White. C3 is also hanging as well. I didn't even see this move, but holy cow, that's strong. Wow. I was gonna say Rook takes C3 and Rook C7, but this is also insanely strong. So Jack takes queen here. I mean, technically you could even just take it. Probably looking for better than that, honestly. If you're hasty and you go like this, Black's king does kind of walk away there. And there's not much to do. Rook takes c3, basically only move because you're spending this anyway, but now rook c2, is everything defended? Ooh, huge engine move here, rook b7, followed by, I don't know, some kind of knight move? Big engine energy. Dang. How do they list the games, I wonder? Oh, what the hell is this? I was looking for Eric's game. I was like, where is it? It's this weird one that just says chessbrah. I was looking for a while. I couldn't find Eric's name. Just chessbrah. Yeah, that's me, baby. Yeah, rook h3. Uh-oh. Just sending it. Rook f3, only idea. Okay. Unfortunately, the king is very hard to get out of here. Damn. Damn. Just chessbrah. I like that. Flying under the radar. Flying under the radar. Oof, Kamsky getting hurt there. Maybe we can scroll down to watch the, inevitable rook against rook. Here it is. I knew I could scroll down and find one. You gotta scroll way to the bottom. Wow, it's funny watching, like, when you're playing Title Tuesday and you're watching this play out, you're like, oh yeah, these guys are delaying the tournament, like, it's kind of lame. But when you're watching the tournament as a spectator, these guys look like, they look like bigger idiots. Like, even more than when you're actually in the tournament waiting for them. As a pure spectator, these guys look like absolute morons. If there's one thing you have to credit top players for, it's that when the position's a draw, they both know it's a draw, they make the draw. You never see two top players playing out a dead draw position, and not once have you ever felt anger towards the top player for like wasting your time when they're playing another top player. Oh wait. Oh, that's right. The only guy that you've ever felt that way about is your friend Hickey. That's right, your friend Hikaru against Fabiano. That's right, he's the only top player in history to have ever done that. Your friend Hickey. Oh, he's done it multiple times, cuz I'm gonna be hoping to take out your skinny systems, buddy. Starting a new course, going over some Chessable stuff, new series, and yes, Romanador's repertoire against c4. So I'll be coming at your English there, skinny cuz. I am sent. That's exactly what I was referring to. Although there's other examples of it happening, but yes. A4, surely, or no? Maybe you don't play A4 here. Now this, I was like, okay, maybe this is okay. Takes and you get the C4 square. Like he'll probably take a knight C4, something like this. I guess there's queen A4 as well. Yeah, knight C4, and I feel like only white can be doing well here.
It looks like 10 years ago, what they call
Well, it's not my course, cuz, but yes, it's the one I'll be studying.
And I guess what's happening now is that rock is kind of dying out.
Don't have any discounts to offer you yet there, buddy. The discount I can offer you, cuz, is on Factor. To get some meals delivered. That's where I can offer you a discount, buddy. H4, almost surely, or no? I mean, black's about to play H4, H3. I'm wondering what white does if black truly plays that move. Are you talking about the last time we had a Factor promotion, Cuz? That's good good feedback. Ooh, this looks feisty. This looks very feisty. Who wants to have the B7 square? Thanks there, Pones TV. Although this move looks good, Bishop F8 looks like a pretty good answer. I would say this to stop Knight D4. Probably what I'd go for. Here? Wow, A5. Oof. On today's list of moves that I should have thought about but didn't. I think 4 Dark Bone. Not 100% sure, but I think maybe 4. Starting to push that edge. I think he's bringing the king closer so that maybe he could even trade queens in some lines if the king's close enough. Yeah. Here comes the king. Yeah, knight back to e3. And there's just no check. Oh, but this is just gross. This is sick and disgusting. The queen is completely dominated by this knight. Not a single check. Just sick and nasty. Jesus, man. No, but it's really something else. He's winning like every single game. Are these the... Is this the second half of the 3-minute chess? Probably. They played a lot of games. Wow. Wow. We will be having a UTT tournament today. Our viewer tournament. I think I might make it a themed event though. Themed Jobava. But it won't happen till after Title Tuesday, I think. No Title Tuesday. Eric's playing on our Twitch channel, not from me. I'll be playing Title Tuesday once I learn all my new openings. Then the point is to go debut them. But until then, I'm hiding in the shadows. I'm hiding in the Chessable dungeon. Yeah, but like tons less people would play Darkbone. It's quite excluding, I feel like, to do that. Because like if I want to play in the tournament and have some fun, but I've never played the opening before, I'm not going to be interested in putting my rating on the line, you know, and like trying a new opening. So if you ever, first of all, I think chess.com makes it so that all themed tournaments are unrated. Like you can't even make it rated, but even if you could, I think it'd be a really bad idea. Yeah, getting locked up works, eh?
But
Hey.
just sucking in Title Tuesday, you know. But gonna grab okay.
Enjoy, big guy.
Lubom and I had a Grunfeld, just like the old days.
Like a highly theoretical
He was-
German
yeah.
warriors.
Like he's down a rook, but completely winning on the side with h4, h5. Been
Fuck
playing
that.
those for like 11 years. I know. Us 4 to 4.
Ah. Your buddy Magnus is dominating. Dominating. I wonder why. Oh yeah, I got one move wrong here. I think this is the one where I was looking at chat. Otherwise, I don't think we made any mistakes. However, the one thing about this is, why is it saying here to review moves? Maybe they're, I don't know, not studied or something. You gotta review them all in general, but yeah, this one is what, studied? That's what I'm wondering. Is it studied? You overstudy it? Can we remember these? E6. So, I mean, I would just play knight e5 here, to be honest. But e3 makes a lot of sense. e3, bishop d6, knight f3. I think that's one we do without knight f6 happening. Yeah. Okay. This we obviously repel the bishop. I think this you just play bishop d3 and let him take the bishop. Yeah. Knight here. e3. Must be. Knight back. Oh, this is the bishop takes one. Actually, I wonder, is this knight f3 before bishop takes? Or bishop takes first? Feels like bishop takes and then knight f3. Couldn't black play c5? Or is that just silly? Yeah, so I feel like it's knight here first. Because otherwise, like, when I take, I feel like I have to be able to play knight e5. g4. Ah, yes. Training. Yes, the training's paying off. Bishop f5. We're not Simon Williams. But now we are. c6, f3. Always reviewing, baby. Here, g5 is too logical. Oh, this was the queen h2 one. c5. I don't know about the move knight d5 here. To me, it looks interesting. But we need to play e3 if I'm not mistaken to play that, because then it's defended. But in this course, when this happens, for me, it's one to remember, just because I don't think that I play many of these these kind of moves. So this is a unique move for me. It's not the way I normally play, so. All right, we got our, there we go. We got them studied. Everything he studied. Look at me, good student. And I guess you can just keep going. You can just keep going through those lines on repeat, right? Hey, we just had someone sign up to Factor. There you go. Look at that. Maybe Eric was selling during his Title Tuesday game. Is it 7 games in a row right now, Darkbone? For Magnus? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I mean, this is just nasty. If he adopts him, that's straight up disgusting, right? Straight up disgusting. Thanks to the new factor sign up. I'm not sure if that's someone from here or the Twitch chat. Whoever you are, appreciate you. No, it looks like it was a draw. Like he won one, but then they had a draw in between, so it's only 7 in a row. It's crazy, Michael. Like it really is something else. Even here, like opposite bishops, Wesley at this point is just begging for a draw. Knight d5, trying to play c3. It's impressive. If he gets c3, I feel like white has a serious advantage. E3, A4, knight C4, ouch. Yeah, black's playing too passively. I feel like A4, knight C4 is like very strong. You have to play so precisely here because, I mean, this is just such a strong move. Next. Nasty. Takes, and I don't know, king e2 or something, or king f3. At this point, I mean, I'm surprised by this. That's an incredible move. So what? He wants g5? Then bishop takes c3. Oh, he finally missed something. Wow. The first thing Magnus missed. And it's almost like he missed it, but he was trying to come up with the tactic. He saw bishop c3, so it's not like he missed it, but he didn't estimate how good it was properly. Dang. Dang. Yeah, I agree with you, Darkbone. I would never have expected this. Check, king d3, and then you move the rook again, and I guess king back to e4. Frustrating. Because you know you must be doing fine, but... So here he wants some sort of check. King here, and what? Or actually check, king f3. Wesley is like making this a tough position. Rook g7, I suppose you could do. Wesley might take the draw here. Avoid the adoption, you know. Smart decision. Yeah, at this point, you're happy with that. Yeah, so the Dutch, for example, has 20 variations, but obviously in the quick starter guide, they only took like 2 variations. I think at that point, Daniel, it might have just been the best moves in the position, but I know what you mean. It's hard not to be like, eh. Daniel, are you going to be playing in our tournament tonight? I'm thinking of making it a themed tournament. So you're gonna have to play the Jobava London from White and Black. It won't be rated though, because I was working on this all day, learning a new opening. So that's the plan for tonight. Yeah, it would obviously be like d4, knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop f4 is when it would start. Starting position would be like this. So yeah, the c5, for example, has 43 variations. From's Gambit instead. From's is not making my my Chessable shortlist, so unfortunately no. Unfortunately no. Oh. You will not earn points for it. That's okay. I'm not here to earn points, you know? I'm here just for the information. And overstudying Chad. E6. This knight will go back to c2, I guess. Wait, do I really? I just want to practice the whole variation. I don't really need step by step, right? I like the way it was before. Or wait, did I somehow hit restart? Because I feel like, didn't I just do this whole line? This is exactly what I just did. Repetitious, I'm so used to playing bishop f4 on move 2. A repetitious space repetition studying. Oh, I see. I see why I did that. 0 out of 21 variations in this chapter, or 1 out of 21. I think it's taken me to the actual next chapter, right? Or no? Yeah, it took me to like the official next chapter. That's why it started me again. I was like, huh? That makes sense. I feel like if you just pick like a random one here, this is the stuff that is important to remember. King b5. I think it's h3. Be overstudy. Oh, this one is... It's literally one move, right? I don't know how I remembered that, but I tell you, that's a real display of my skill right there. Simster, thanks for the resub. Cheers, Simster. Welcome back. We're next due for space repetition in 14 minutes unless you learn something else. Okay, I like that. It's letting me know. Whatever I think I know is gonna be out of date in 14 minutes. It needs a refresher. So I feel like it's kind of like taking your pills, your medication, you know? Like, in 14 minutes, don't forget to take it. Gotta remember. Can he take that? That is a great question. It's just in time, eh? Yes, in time. $14.5 to $3.5. Just incredible. Is that the final game of the 3-minute? Looks like it is. So 14.5 to 3.5, and Wesley only needs to beat Magnus in 12 straight bullet games. 12 straight bullet games in 30 minutes. Now, a regular bullet game with no increment, it would take, 24, 25 minutes to win that many games in a row. With increment, it'll take the entire time and a miracle and some luck to even have time to win 12 games in a row. Let alone, as soon as Magnus draws a game, it's like, okay, it's impossible, bye. GG. It's incredible. This is a stop the count moment, in all honesty. Like, this is where you wish you could throw in the towel, but nope, not the way it works. Look at the way these pieces are moving. Isn't that so weird? Look like they're in slow motion. Go untitled guy named chessbrah. I don't think you can resign the match. I'm sure they strongly encourage you not to do that. This looks completely lost for white. Knight b4. Go, buddy. Oof. At this point, it feels like you are kind of goaded into taking some of the material. Yup. Gotta take it, baby. Queen e2, definitely gonna get played here, I think. Oh, this is an unpleasant position, that's for sure. Yeah, the rook on b7 is actually trapped in there. So, yeah, I guess this is happening, maybe this. Yeah, you can just bring the king. Okay, it's a bit tricky here. Now black's rook is the one trapped on d8. This is uncomfortable. Man. Ooh, Eric can, I guess, get the rook out, but... No, this is uncomfortable as hell. Probably just objectively lost. Nasty. Nasty. It's almost time. You know, we don't want to be late for our spaced repetition. We owe it. Magnus versus Hikaru seems to be nearly slated to happen, you know? It does. But MVL is playing the best I've seen him play in a SCC right now. But it feels like to beat Hikaru, you can't even be playing your best chess and expect that to be enough. You almost need to be playing your best chess, and Hikaru has to be playing like clearly not his best chess, which he hardly ever does, to be fair. We're gonna have it, good old Tesh. We are. I'm gonna make it a themed event today. Jobava London, baby. Yes, international master Hans Niemann when he made the course, I guess. They've updated it in the video to Hans Niemann. GM Hans Niemann, but he looks so different. No hair, shaved head bra. Aggressive. Yeah, is that what you're saying, Darkbone? Why don't you say what you really mean, bruh? I think this is the weird Knight H5 one. I didn't realize that analysis board here. Useful. Useful. On Chessable you're talking about, Tim? Because yeah, I just learned that. This position, honestly, is one of the ones that I would need to double check, you know? Because it does feel a little counterintuitive to be missing my dark square bishop here. What's this? Are these the things? So is this what it means? Review? And so this is like a practice. Takes. I think we're taking this, but I think this is the one like that. E5 I think we play when the bishop's on C1. This is knight b5. This is the very, very weird one. This might be, hands down, the weirdest variation in this whole chapter. Knight a7, b5, takes here. Like, this variation is absolutely the strangest. Oh, I see what it is. So what I was just doing by going through and clicking overstudy, because I just wanted to practice things I'd already looked at, that's literally what Chessable prompts you to do, which I'm now understanding. So every 10 minutes, they like throw a new variation at you that you need to review. So that's why that thing popped up there. Okay. I understand. I understand. You talking about the mobile app for Chessable there, Darkbone? It's actually a good point. I didn't realize, I mean, of course the answer would be yes, but I'm not sure, I knew there was an app. I bet it works. I bet it looks pretty good if it's anything like the chess.com app. Chess.com app is fairly good. We were just watching Hikaru, not chatting, just watching. The mods timed you out for 5 hours. The audacity. I feel like the app Darkbone is mainly for like just doing the repetition, like getting your reps in. I know the features you're talking about, and I can understand how that's annoying, but like for sure it's for people just spamming the variations. That's right, Tim. We give out hugs here. We do give them out. Okay, Magnus is continuing to win literally every single game. He's just all over him, man. Relentless. E1 again. Oh, bishop f4 would have been something we just looked at. Ooh, Magnus might have fallen into something here. b5 because takes, there's bishop a6. Yeah, Magnus is just down a full piece here. So, is he going to win this game? Darkbone? Tim? You guys have been watching the match, it sounds like. Is Wesley going to win this game? He's up double the time. And, well, now he's up 20 seconds. And he's up a full piece. And it looks like he's getting a trade here. He has to win this. Has to. There's literally no way. No way he doesn't. I mean, it's incredible. Rook takes c5. Rook g1. Oh, rook g1. He's trying. He's trying for some weird mate, but he's not going to get it. Oh my god. I know this is Magnus winning his piece back, but he actually had checkmate. F4 and rook h1 was actually forced mate. So this is Magnus winning his piece back, which is already insanity. But he actually did have forced mate there. And as Magnus, you're probably not looking for forced mate because you're happy enough to win a goddamn piece. I mean, this is bonkers. Wesley doesn't win up the most full piece he will ever be up in his life against any player. Nah, but this is crazy. King g5, and it was actually check and mate. How fucked up is that? To be up a full piece and somehow get force mated. That's nuts. It's nuts. I don't like how these games don't it doesn't automatically start the next game for you. I don't know why. Yeah, white's gonna get the bishop on d3 or something. Ooh, I guess this move is quite decent. Yeah, now he has rook c7 though. Magnus realized that bishop h3 would have been potentially quite strong. Interesting. Was queen h3 such a threat there? I guess takes bishop b4 is the idea. Didn't even realize that. Wow. What? What on earth is going on here? What the hell did this game just become? This is like a coffin. Wow. Queen takes f2 is hitting like a truck right now. No, but it's really incredible. King takes, there's b4 mate. Nah, but that's nuts. Wait a minute. Like, I know I'm thinking about how many games Magnus has won, but why don't you think about the reverse? Wesley So has been playing a 3-hour chess match, and I think he's only won one game. And he won that game at the beginning of the match here, somewhere. Right here. This one. I think this is the only game that he's won. That is so fucked up. He has 4 points. It's unbelievable. Beating Wesley with a score of like, it's probably gonna be like more than 20 points to like 5, like 23 to 5, is sorcery. Total sorcery. Blow to the last shard. I think Title Tuesday is just wrapping up as well. Maybe f5 for the boys. Magnus will play f5, surely. For the boys, Magnus. Think about the boys. Like, Wesley is probably trying to waste time so that he doesn't have to play more games, you know? Like, I don't blame the guy. I would rather shuffle my pieces in that position than keep playing Magnus. Magnus playing f6 or something? I'm wondering what he's going to be doing here. Oops. Another blunder from Big Wes. Another blunder from Big Wes, and he's just resigning on spawn. Like, it's rough out here for the lad. He's completely tilted. He doesn't want to be playing chess right here anymore. He's done. He's done. He's ready to go home. And I don't blame the lad. Oh, it looks like the moves are coming in a little choppy. Oh, happy to hear that, Darthbone. That's the final score, right? Magnus is probably like, wait, what? Takes on A1. Yeah, but Rook D1 here should always be enough. Where's Ding? He withdrew from the SCC. He had some like health issue that he was citing. So, fortunately, he had to withdraw. Yeah, I mean, what? The next move is gonna be Bishop E7, right? And just GG. Another win for Magnus. Can't even go back. Huh. So Queen E4, there's probably D5. Queen B5 only move, but it does look like a good one. I suppose you can play D5 now. Yeah, I saw that, Mike. Calling Wesley the former. And by the way, you can't even call him the X. We had this conversation, right? You can't call him the X960 champ because he wasn't even the most recent one. He's just a former. Good God. He's just a former. Bishop goes to b4. Really should be fine here. So bishop b4, bishop c5 is gonna happen, right? White's playing bishop c5 for sure. Takes, rook f4. Or they're just gonna make queens. Wesley is happy if this match just becomes over. I think I've seen this before. Bishop takes, a6, takes, and there's some like, black plays like d4. d4, bishop d6, queen g5, castle. Because otherwise it looks like just a huge blunder, but there's a reason Magnus didn't take it. f6 here. g4 is a very aggressive move. And it's the only reason that white has a good position. Because otherwise, if not g4, I think I actually really liked black's position there. Nasty. Nasty once again. And this is Wesley we're talking about here. Shouldn't be allowed to be like this. Knight d5 is about to say hello. That's a pretty good response, knight a5, actually. Ooh, Wesley found some banger moves there. Knight a5 and rook e4. Super strong. Ouch. Rook takes g4, queen d5, and takes, and knight c4 is happening, and you're just getting mated. And at this point, you don't have time for this. Takes just doesn't work, so he has to go for nonsense here. Rook g5, queen g2, yeah. Wow, Wesley gets one. Literally, the second game he's won all match. 50% of his wins. You just watched. Half of the man's wins. How much time is left in this? How much time? That's what I'm wondering. It has to be basically just over, right? Hello, Muhammad. There will be. Yes. I just figured I'd wait for this match to end. It's about to be over. But you know, just to be official. Can't have you guys diverting your attention from Magnus Carlsen. That's one guy that needs our undivided attention, you know? E3 is the type of move that you would just take. Yeah, like you just take without thinking, because in comes rook d2, in comes knight g4, and it just feels like all the moves are working. Just feels good. This is a great bullet idea as well, of course. Uh-oh, bishop has to keep defending the knight on a4. This is the only way to do it. I can't remember the position, Tim, but I think was the white rook on c1? Then it would have been hanging. There was definitely some reason I remember that queen f2 couldn't be played, so it's probably that. Last game. Hey, this is from what we just looked at. Of course, c6 a4. We've literally seen this before. Bishop c4. Wait, it's like this Magnus guy seems to know what he's doing, eh? Okay, well, there's the whole setup. A5 seems to make sense here. There it is. There's A5. Takes and B4? I think that's the idea, yeah. Darkbone, is this officially the last game? We're gonna host our tournament. It's gonna be a themed tournament, but I'm waiting for this SCC to end. I know Eric was just streaming Title Tuesday. I feel like we got a few more people trickling in here, so what's up, everybody? We got the dual chessbrah streams today. King comes in. C3, knight e3, rook d1. Bishop f1 is like not crazy to play g3 here, guarding that pawn. I feel like this is a Magnus type of move. Okay, king e1. Nothing doing here. G5, I guess it's just a draw, and they'll probably draw their last game. (22-7). Is this it? Must be it. That's it, right? Match over. Officially 22-7. I mean, it's just a stomp, to be quite honest with you. An absolute stomp. Well, Magnus is looking to be very, very in form right now, which is pretty frightening for frightening for well, Hikaru or MBL. I'm gonna switch my account here so I can make this tournament. Let's log into the old Kane VB. Good reminder, Darkbone. I can do it because I'll include the link to the tournament at the same time. Good reminder. Okay, let's get it on here. Yep, I think it'll be a very close one, Tim. Should be exciting. Let's get a tournament started here. But what I do want to do is I want to make it a themed tournament. As we've been learning something today, so I think I'll jump in the tournament and we're gonna play a themed event. So we'll have this be starting position. So what? I think I need the defend. Tournaments, create new Swiss tournament. Standard. Oh, setup here. There we go. There we go. Okay, and it's unrated, and you see I can't even make it rated if I want to. Alright, you gotta be in the chessbrah club, first of all. Gotta be in the chessbrah club. Start this in 10 minutes. Yeah, it's unrated, so hopefully you feel comfortable playing here. All right, this should be good. All right, let's do 3-1. 11 rounds, baby. Let me add this to our join command here on kick. Exclamation mark join. I'll also post on Discord here. There we go. So that link should work. All right. 2:26 a.m. Good time to play. Soup Sailor. All right, get in here. It's unrated, so you can feel free to try the opening. Don't worry about the rating. It's protected this week. I'm gonna be in here as well. I'm the guy that needs the most practice, so. Of course, the point of this is you get to try it from white, but of course you'll also have to play it as black. So it might not be your main opening for either color, but it's unrated, so. The Jobava London. Still gonna be 11 rounds, still gonna be 3+1. Hello to all the Jobava London enthusiasts. And these will be good games because there are games that we can check against the course, you know? Check some of the lines, make sure we're playing it properly. Thank you, Tim. We'll see you late joining if you're done your food by then. Gonna get some water. Refill my water. Starts in 6 minutes. I've been doing my reps, guys. I've been doing my Chessable reps. Don't think I haven't. I'm right here, baby. Right here. Look, I got some lines to review. Let's have a look-see here. Knight d7. Boom. Boom. Is this the absolutely nonsensical one? And I have a raging attack. Oh, more to review. Yeah, I'm putting more reps in. Knight takes. More to review. G6. Okay. One more to review, or maybe two more. Let's see. So castles instead. I think we just go knight f3, normal person behavior. Knight back to c3. Should be 2, should be 5. Castle, a4. One more line to review. Okay, queen b6. Must be rook here. Here, bishop e5. Bishop takes. Just bishop e2. Not tempted into bishop takes f6, which we talked about. Must be castle. And b4, this weird move. There we go. You see, I'm getting my reps in. Getting my reps in. Yeah. Hello to Lethbridge Chess. Yes, they do. Absolutely. Yes, they do. Every game will start and you'll be white or black, depending. So you'll get a chance to play it from both sides. Is it rated if it's from a custom position? Welcome to everyone who magically tuned in 30 seconds ago and not 2 minutes and 30 seconds ago. Yes, the games are not rated. And yes, the games start from the Jobava London position. d4, knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop f4. So no matter if you're white or black, that's the starting position with black to move. We need to get our reps in. Need to practice up here. You're ready to be smoked? 11 rounds of 3+1. Let's see. What if you know literally zero theory here? Then have some fun. Play what moves look natural to you. I went over a little bit of how to play the opening throughout the day today, so if you caught any of that, maybe try to implement it. But otherwise, have fun. The games are unrated, so. Yeah, we should update the title. The smart person would do that. Although, the title's really not that far off, at least. Let's change it, though. Exclamation mark, join, last chance to get in. Last chance to get in. You missed the review, gonna be guessing on the test. Hey, takes you back to school, doesn't it? Takes you back. That's okay. It's unrated. Have some fun with it. All right. The Jobava London. Knight c6. Well, I tell you one thing. That wasn't in the course. And it probably wasn't in the course because this move looks pretty darn good. Maybe that has something to do with it. I tell you, the whole point of these moves is to play that. So, boy, that's a nice move to see. Start there. Ah. All that Chessable's been paying off, boys, I tell you. Whew. Nice new opening, jeez. Well, that about wraps that up. There you go. Jobava London in so many moves. Knight b5 and, you know, opponents are gonna be pounding the pavement. Knight b5 and we live. I mean, Knight b5 really put Buddy in a coffin here. Nasty. Nasty. Wow, what a great opening. This is my first experience with this. Off to a great start. Okay. Finally. Finally. Okay. Hey, time was spent and moves were located. So, queen takes d5, probably can't quite get played because of that. Otherwise, it might be interesting. I think e3 might be the easiest here. Or, to be quite honest, we could go back and bait him into that. That's always tempting. It feels like e3 is hard to say no to. The knight's also being hit, don't forget that. So, kind of forcing knight takes. Knight has to move. Knight c3 looks pretty normal here. But knight d4 also. Knight c3, d4, knight e4, bishop b4. There is knight d2 there. I think we can do that line. I was thinking of this, but knight d4 takes. I think it's too easy for him to play. Let's go here. I know it's double pawns, but we're up a clean pawn here, so I think we can allow it. Thinking about this. Well, in our first Jobava London game, we pretty much get the entire purpose of the opening, which was exactly this. F6 is the next move, so I don't think we can just storm with h4. I don't think we're in time. I think we're in time there. I'm gonna defend these pawns because I'm anticipating f6 happening. Yeah, this I'm not sure we want to allow. So we can either go h3, takes, f6, castle. Or I could go f3, boot this bishop back, and then get castled myself. I think I'll go with f3. Queen h4, I have g3. Let's go for knight d4. If queen h4, again, I have g3. c3 if we need to support. We're up a pawn. Position is looking fairly good. Okay. Thinking we might take this. Still got that extra pawn. Trying to live large here. I think I might switch to playing over here on this side of the board. Here comes the H pawn. All right, I'll throw it all the way up the board. Queen H4 looks pretty tempting next. Maybe Queen G3. Ooh. Ooh. GG there. Sheesh. AHD. Shishat. Yeah, I think Queen G3, Bishop takes, or F5 takes, E6. Ooh, so many different moves here. But Knight C6 is definitely a bad start. However, after Knight B5, this is still playable. So credit to my opponent for finding at least a playable variation. I think E3 makes the most sense here. My question was I wasn't sure where to put the knight after this. So even here, it's a learning moment because I ended up playing this, but Knight D4 is probably the better move. Both moves look good, but I think there is a distinct difference. I think this was too timid. F6 probably needs to be played here. F6 I think is still quite complicated. Not so easy to launch an attack for white, right? Because if you play this, G6, to me it's not entirely obvious. Like, of course I want to take, but I'm not sure that I have more than just a draw here, you know? How do you start another match? The next game will start automatically as soon as the games are over in the first round. Here you go. All right, we got Big Bone. Well, I think that my understanding of this is like, I think I'm just gonna play my normal variation. So this is like what I keep saying I would play against this line. So let's do this. A3, interesting. Huh. Okay. As someone who doesn't really know what's going on here, I feel like this is a pretty fair attempt. Rook E8, H6. Here, I guess that's the. Is that the sauce? No, can't even play that, to be honest. You go here. I mean, it's playable, but. It's the part that runs away. I'll never find some peace of mind. Okay. What do you want from me? Guess this. This is a strange move to play. Maybe G5 can be played there. he goes back, so we definitely achieved something here. That much we know for sure. I mean, yeah, e5 looks too good not to play almost. Taking on f4 is a move, but I just feel like this is too strong. This pawn is also hanging, so I think this move is the next one. And it's nice I have this guy here, so knight g5 is not possible. e4 is an interesting move because we do get to double the pawns, but as good as that looks, I actually think white's okay there. And the open f file might be pretty good. So instead, I'm just gonna defend. And this pawn's hard to continue to attack. Like, queen d2, rook d1 doesn't make any threats. So I think white's position is not the best. Not the best. I think we'll do something like this. This, maybe we can go like that for now. If not just that. Knight here will be a fairly decent move soon. Knight here takes, knight d2 only move, queen here, and then the knight can take. Not quite that one. There's not really a threat here at the moment, so I think we can do this. I think we want to take that. Let's retreat for now. d4 is a clever move for sure, using this pin. Like, takes, pawn takes. At that point, we're just losing a pawn, so I think we're gonna go here. Queen there. Okay, maybe knight here. Trying to go knight c4. We'll go back for now. Although, yeah, I'm not so sure about this. Maybe it's interesting. We'll take here, just to even up the material again. Not sure who this trade benefits. You know, we lost the center pawn in exchange for an h pawn. So, definitely not the best for me. So I'll just take this for now. Might have been better to just retreat the bishop, but I feel like with just a second on the clock, you gotta make an immediate decision. So that's what we're gonna do. Make an immediate decision. We're gonna go after this guy. Okay, looking at e3. We're doing more than looking at it now. I want the knight here on f6, so bit of a weird position. once knight gets here, I feel like we're doing fairly decent. Hey, good game, Dark Phone. Yeah, the +1 second means, oh, right, last game of the round, so no time to talk about it. GG's, Dark Bone. All right, we got the white side here, so let's see, A6. All right. So what do we do after A6? Just E3, and I remember something like B5. We just go H4. So bishop here, and I think, to be perfectly fair, I'm not sure this is a line we've covered because we only looked at A6 in the context of B5 and E6 and other transpositions, because bishop F5, we covered some lines. So I actually think, if I'm thinking about the course, it said something like a transposition with knight F3. So I don't think the move is F3 here. I know that seems really weird, but I don't actually think that it is. I think it's actually knight here. Wow, GM Hikaru posted the channel. Yes, ascend a Flowey. A Flowey. That's right, Tommy. One kick streamer to another.
Flowey?
A Flowey from your friend Hikaru. A host with 2,300 viewers. Yes. GM Hikaru, you know what?
Thank you.
What do you think the difference is? Eric, we're playing a Jobava London themed tournament. I'm just going to say, must have made a difference.
Yep.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome. This is a themed tournament. This is a themed tournament. So every single game starts from the exact same position. Oh, wow, would you look at this username? Oh, he's in the chat as well. All right. I don't know if this is exactly what we looked at today, but my understanding is that maybe the idea is to play 95 and G4, so I'll just, whatever, I'll just go for it. I'll just go for it. Knight D7. Okay, what happens here? G4? What is this? G4 takes. I mean, G4 looks reasonable here. I don't know if this is, course approved, but I could be making things up here. I'm trying to use ideas from the course, you know? Like, what about H4 here? Is this working for me? I don't know. I'm trying to pretend that it is. This feels very like Jobava London-y, you know? Here, G4, H4. You can really feel the kick unity, Tommy. And I'm pretty sure that's a post TT post as well. The seal has been broken for the future kick collaborations. H6, I feel like I know what we're doing here. Takes, bishop B3, okay, king has to probably go to F7, and then, I don't know, queen F3. This looks quite decent. King F7, queen F3 sort of prepares G5 a little bit. Anyway, queen F3 just looks like a very promising spot to be in. Here, doesn't quite work. I kind of like queen F3 here. Now the rook's defended, we can long castle. I know it looks like we're winning immediately, but not quite. I think we should just castle. take with the queen and go g5. Like defend the rook that way. We're gonna have to make some fast decisions here. Faster than I'd like to make them. But yeah, g5 is a big time move. Okay, huge threat. Like, I don't know what he's gonna do. Maybe this or something. G5, definitely. Probably just go for e4 here, try to open absolutely everything up. Probably rook take. After it takes, maybe there's knight takes, but I think we can do this. Again, this looked interesting, but I'll try to really open everything up. This looks pretty good. Let's just end that. Let's get an escape square. Win that rook. That should do it. GG. GG, I'd be very interested. So that's a line that we haven't even like actually looked at as far as I remember. Maybe we have and I'm misremembering, but I think that's a line that we haven't looked at. So I'd be interested to check the course afterwards. I'd be interested to check the course. Okay, phew. We survived to the win there. Wow, Hikaru did type in chat. Hello, Hikaru. He typed only to say goodbye. And away he went into the night. It's like the, you know, the good deed done for the city of Gotham. Thank you very much, GM Hikaru, who typed Kek by. Just Kek by. We're gonna need our, you know, top forensic analysts, you know, our decryptors. We're gonna need our best people on that message. What is the deeper meaning of Kek by? It's only one message. It's all that was written, unless I missed more messages. I don't think so. Kek by, and quickly a gifted sub from, who was that? Darkbone, gifting a sub to GM Hikaru. Kek by. I wonder what was meant there. GM Hikaru with the Kek by. You know, the mystery will be echoing in the hallways of Kick. Precedent was set today. GM Hikaru with the Kick host. Dare I say, perhaps the first one in the history of the channels. You can almost feel the metaphorical olive branch being extended. This was a nice win. Not because, you know, maybe the game was particularly amazing, but I don't know, I feel like 95 is an interesting way to play. I think this is something. Knight takes e5, g takes f5? I don't know. All right, here we go. I'm gonna play the same thing, right? I'm just gonna stick with it. I'm gonna stick with it. Yeah, I'm just gonna, this is as if I've never looked at it before. This is what I would do. Let's go here. Let's do it. Let's do it. $95. Okay. And what? And what? Bishop d6 takes d4. I feel like bishop d6, queen c7 is stuff crazy. 95. Maybe you can still play this. Kind of looks fun. Do it. I'll do it. Awkward. We have another message. Let's get it to our people. Who's in charge with decoding these messages? Keck by and awkward. Wild hacks? What do these mean? What do these messages mean? We have to get our best people on the case. He speaks only in wordles from 2020. What is he really trying to say here? Queen F3. Okay, here comes, you know, this kind of stuff. I mean, I think for the moment we have knight H5. I do feel like knight here is not crazy. Long castle might happen, yes. This makes sense, though. Bishop E2. Now queen G3 seems to make a little bit more sense. Which I imagine will be played. Let's go here. Means there will be a chess.com support staff reaching out soon for collaboration, exclusive on Kick. Wild hack. That's a very specific interpretation. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Wild Hack. Always wondered what was being said here. Bishop takes, no, okay. So E5, bishop here, H6. Suppose we could do that. Seems to keep something going on. I mean, you can play bishop h4, but I don't know, probably castle there. Bishop e6. Knight a4, so definitely knight b6. Here, king e7, a5. Trying to get the pawn off that square. Maybe we can continue like this. here. I don't really mind playing e4, like if I need to. Bishop f3, for example. But I do mind. I do mind my position. Fortunately, I got. I think my opponent's just playing like a, I don't know, really nice game. I like the way he's playing. Makes sense to me. I'll go here out of, I suppose, fear. Because I think on the previous turn, there might have been something quite nice there for white. Takes and knight c3, pretty damn good. Okay. I think we need to leave this bishop there. Yeah, for that exact reason. Maybe f5. Tricky. 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 Good game. If I'm not mistaken, I think white could have had a... I have to go back and look. I think white could have had a good position. Somewhere here-ish. Rook d1, and we did king e7, which was... I wasn't sure about this. Takes, knight c3. Like, I would play d4, I guess. And something with this. Maybe. Otherwise, I was wasn't exactly sure what to do. So yeah, not too easy because bishop d5 is kind of a yucky move to play. Not the move I wanted to play. So I think this is actually a pretty nice move by white. He played a good game. Bach, thanks so much for the host. Bach and GM Hikaru, both hosting the Kick channel at the same time. Sam, what does this mean? Back-to-back posts. Are we forming like the big three? The big three here on Kick? Is this like a super team? You know? Golden State Warriors, Miami Heat. You know, are we making a super team here? GM Hikaru, Benjamin Bach, chessbrah. I think the Avengers might be assembling here. All right, cute corn. The Splash Bros. All right, let's see here. C6. I wouldn't say that C6 is a move that I remember from the course at all, so I'm not sure we've looked at it. I'll just play E3, Bishop F5. I suppose we could play F3. We could also play maybe this Knight F3 idea again. Huh. Huh. I feel like this move isn't crazy. It never feels right, though. It never feels right. Okay, I'll do it. I don't think I've really seen exactly this in the series. So, okay, h5 means I think we need to react quickly. Probably with this. Okay, and now basically I'm playing like a regular position. I'll play e4, but black has h5. I'm not sure. Maybe h5 could turn out to be like not so great for black. So let's play e4. Trying to get in the spirit of the position. Okay, knight e2. Almost for sure. a3 coming up. And I can still actually castle both ways. If black's pawn was on h7, I think his position would be a lot more solid, but that's not the case. So let's start with an a3, definitely. Want to see if he's going to take or maybe go back. Don't know. Guess he's going to go there. This move is also possible. Very solid, bishop e7. This move is really catching my eye here. But I do feel like our king, we should be dealing with our king somehow. This move looks very normal, but I don't know. It's in the spirit to castle this way, according to the lines. So we'll go ahead and do it. Okay, let's take. This one I'm not so sure about, and I don't know, taking this way, he dropped the pawn, so we'll take here and we'll ask him if he wants to do that. Then maybe bishop here, you know? Start to use the open file. Knight takes. I assume we want to take. We'll play this for now. Taking, I think it was going to be pawn takes, and although it's a free pawn, I guess it's not really the way that I signed up to play it. What's happening here? Okay. Making some kind of threats. I think I have to play in a very aggressive way, just due to the nature of my not great position. So, trying to invent some really weird stuff here. Only reason I've done this is I believe I'm up a pawn here. And that's what I believe. I'm not, but I believe I am. That's what counts, right? Oof. GG, Mr. Q-Corn. Just barely survived. Probably hardly have any time to look at this game as it's likely the last one of the round. Another fun one. Jeez. Ugh. All my games are the last ones of the round. God damn. Never have time to collect my thoughts here. Okay. Am I gonna play the same way here? I may as well. I don't know. I feel like I don't really have a line, truthfully, against this opening. So like, I just kind of keep doing this. Okay, knight f3. So I guess this. Okay. Bishop e2. Can't remember. We've had this position before. I think we played knight here. Bishop d6. Takes. I feel like we've had this position. Darkbone played it pretty well. I think it could be improved. Let's go here. I feel like most players kind of know, like, when this happens, you just take. Because black doesn't want to take here. You have to take it back. Rook e1, so I guess the idea is same as before, to try to play e4. I mean, let's castle first, get that out of the way. Bishop d3, h6 feels normal. Also bishop d6. Maybe bishop d6 on the previous move was important. I can go rook e8 though. Knight e5 might get played here. We could go maybe bishop d6. Okay, here. So d4. Feels like almost d4 5 somehow. Really know what's going on here. do it. I'll do it. I'll basically die on this hill right here. Feels like I'm about to. To go here, I mean, it's hard not to play e5 here. Very hard not to play e5. Bishop here, h6, of course. Okay, and this knight wants to go here, so I feel like it's not that easy for him to achieve because of the move g5. So maybe that's wrong, but... So if h3, I think I will take, actually. And if you go knight here, then g5 traps the bishop, so... I'm not sure this is the easiest position for him. Just because the knight wants to go here, but so does the bishop. White's probably gonna play this soon, / now. Very good move. I guess we'll do it. I'll go here. Basically lock this bishop out of the, hopefully locking it out of the game. So even if h4 takes, as long as I keep those pawns there, the bishop's not playing the game, but it's very tough to maintain that. Also have queen d7. Okay, I did not see the knight coming there. That would have been useful to stop. Would have been nice if I anticipated that, even slightly, but okay. We're here. We are where we are. Bring that knight to e6. We want to bring it to f4, I believe. I think this is a good reroute. Just shuffle at least once. Extremely scary. It's waiting for that. Waiting for that. Too low on time in a position I wasn't too familiar with. I think I was pretty happy with the game, but still a good struggle by my opponent there. He played the blitz game a lot better, but I'm really curious what's going on in this line. I'm not sure this is what the course that I'm looking at recommends, because my positions always seem to look pretty good here once I get d4 in. And here Black's, like on a technical level, Black's winning because the bishop isn't part of the game, but just because of the like +1 second, it's like a little bit annoying to play. Yeah, this should basically be very losing for White, but I needed to be able to react to this move with a little more confidence. So yeah, rook c6 is a nice move, maybe to double. Or play rook b6. Like at this point, I don't think White has any plans. So yeah, here though, this is like completely dead. Like e5 there in that position was over. But yeah, for some reason I'm liking the positions that I'm getting with a6 e6. So I'd be curious what you're supposed to be doing there. Okay, so I think we've seen a6 before. Bishop f5, let's go knight f3. I think we've played this. And I think we've also played this. So again, I'm not sure if this is correct, but this is what I did in one of my earlier games. So we'll give it a try here. Yeah, knight takes I thought is at least an interesting way to play. Let's take the bishop. If we take here, then our g-pawn's just hanging, so I think we have to take this. The knight moves, we're gonna take this. And yeah, I mean, black's gonna play bishop d6 here. So, white probably needs some rather precise kind of moves. Like, trying to decide where we want our bishop here. I don't know. I don't know. I'll put it here. Not sure about this move, but okay, I feel like I'm happy to see that. Puts the pawn in a pin. It's gotta be. Yeah, I gotta be reasonably happy to see that. I think it's time to move this queen and maybe get long castle. The bishop b4 and taking is kind of annoying me. Like if I go here, bishop b4. So I think I want to put the queen here. Knight b4, we bring the queen back somewhere. I want a castle. Bishop b4 is just a3. And bishop d6, I think I'll actually take that. Okay. Castled here. Here. I was always planning to take this. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I'm gonna go for it. Takes, if pawn takes, or if queen takes, honestly, my plan was to go here. Pawn takes. I think f4. Like we go here, it just doesn't matter. I think the king just moves out of the way. We can go e4. Rook here in d5. Now there's an idea. e4 actually looks extremely direct and potentially extremely good. It really weakens the pawn structure and everything, so it's actually based entirely on how quickly we can get active here. Takes d5, just queen takes, and takes rook e8, we have d5 ourselves. Something tells me that black might be okay here, but certainly needs some justification. Like maybe this, here, you know, knight c5 kind of stuff. Okay. Takes in d5. Looks pretty reliable. d5 straight away is no good. You can also play knight here, but rook e8 kind of covers things. I think we go with what looks reliable here, which is takes and then pawn here. Although there's knight e5, I think we just sidestep it, and this pawn remains hanging on the next turn. So in here, for example, I think this pawn is just lost. It would be nice to get my king to b1. It feels extremely exposed here. Pawn is loose. Take with the bishop. Actually, a really tough decision. But since it covers both of these squares, I'm feeling pretty good about it. Feeling very good about it, actually. Bishop feels like it's covering everything. It's crazy. Okay. Don't care about knight takes bishop, of course. There we go. Good game. Good game. Oof, already on to the next one. Damn. All right. I'll be going a6. I'll be going a6. I guess this again? We've seen this before. I never know if this is good, but it's what I keep doing. It's interesting because nobody seems to be playing the way from the course, as far as I can see. So everyone must know something that I don't. Knight a4. Okay. Huh.
Don't keep me waiting. I'm still here. Don't keep me waiting. Don't keep me waiting. Don't keep me waiting. I'm still here.
Is this a alpha pro gamer move? Knight a4. I resign. You're playing so bad I don't even want to continue. Other games going on. Yeah, finally time to analyze. I know. What the hell? I don't know. I keep playing this. I feel like when I'm with the white pieces, and they play this, I play e3. I'm not sure anyone so far has played e6, but if they did, would we go like this? This kind of transposes, right? What about g4? Is this the situation here? This is it, right? So g4, bishop here, knight e2, knight takes. Is this the line? This is the line, right? And then knight c6, knight h5. So yeah, so the move is g4 from what I remember. That's what I would play if I played against the things that I'm playing. Well, the long knight, I don't like doing it either. But trust me, the variations where you play bishop f5, these ones are not fun when like you play e6 and they get your bishop chased out here. These ones are not fun to play. Uncomfortable. So that's why I'm somehow okay leaving my bishop on c8 because it's just like less stressful. I just never enjoy those positions. Tech bye to Wild Hacks. Wild Hacks is a big Hikaru fan. In fact, we may have Wild Hacks to thank for the host today. He may have brought over a brand new viewership. Tech bye, yes. Gonna have our top guys on that comment. Trying to understand the cryptic messages that were left. We are in round 8 currently, so there's 3 games after this. So many. Oh yeah, the game against Q-Corn. What line did he play? He played c6. I don't think we've seen c6, honestly. And after bishop f5, I mean, f3 makes a lot of sense, but it still felt wrong. Like, something about this didn't feel right. I think knight f3 would be the move, being honest. But I decided to go here. And then black played h5. I think we were on the right track here. h5, we went bishop d3 here. And then we went e4. Yeah, no, I think we really made some good decisions here. I'm not sure if this is preferred in the course, but this looks like a pretty nice line. Seems to give white a nice edge. And the h-pawn kind of wants to be back on h7. So I thought this was a good line. But here, admittedly, it did get out of hand from both sides. So I thought we played it well, though. What other games did we have as white? Oh yeah, this game, but this game was just I think this was a very, very good one. g4, and if they play bishop g6, I think they're in trouble already. Bishop g6 is like just worse here. Yeah. Queen f3, and long castle here. I think this is KO territory. I like d4. Yeah, I remember. This stuff looked pretty good. Went for d5. Black should not play this, but rather queen b8 here. And then I think that was maybe the best shot. But still, after that, like I'm about to play rook e1, queen h3. Like black should be completely dead here. All right, into the last moments of the last games here. Ooh, this is an interesting one. $1,100, making it happen. Wow. What a Chad. This is like out of the checkmate course. I have to ask him if he has the checkmate course. Putting a queen in the corner, blocking it with your king, and then hitting with that. That's actually very impressive. Johnny M23. 7 seconds. Surely he can get the win here. White's gonna be as tricky as possible and get here. Panic, panic, panic. Well done, well done. All right, we're back to the white pieces. So e6, and if I'm not mistaken, this is where we hit him with knight b5. Okay, interesting. Maybe this guy was watching earlier when we were seeing this for the first time. Bishop b4, c3. Knight f3. Pretty sure we've seen this before. Knight here, bishop d3. And yeah, I mean takes is coming. Okay, so this is the first time we've seen this. Yeah, c3. Again, my knight has no choice. We need to play knight a3. Bishop c7, we'll have to defend this, probably g3. This knight clearly needs to recycle into the position this way. Let's get castled. c5, huh? I have a hard time believing this move. Guess it worked. I have a really hard time believing it. Huh. So takes, and like bishop h7 and b4. I don't know what's happening there, but it looks like kind of interesting. Maybe not. Maybe it's too much. Maybe it's too much. So, problem with this Greek gift is I don't think it's in time. Let's see. Knight g5. Queen g4. This is the problem. It's like king h6 or king g6. What happens there? You know, I guess we just have to go for it because we're like committed at this point. But something feels off here. I mean, it doesn't feel like it fully worked. Here. e5, knight e6. Yeah, I don't know what to make of it. Maybe it's playable. In a blitz game, maybe it's great. I don't know, but something feels a little off. Yeah, that makes sense. There's no queen d3, which would be the best move to play. f5, we drop back. e5 definitely looks like a good move. Okay, it goes here. Drop back. And remember, we always have this move to like kind of win our piece back in the end. So that's why I'm feeling reasonably confident here. Queen h4 also looks like a pretty good move. So yeah, I think pretty We just hit him with this. Knight h7 doesn't quite work, I think, because there's always knight e4 hitting my queen. I have to be a little careful. This, there's always that, so again, not quite working. Should be 7, we have knight d6. Weird, still weird position. I think we have a really weird way that we're gonna play here. Okay, we're up 1 pawn. It's not nothing. It's not nothing. Now we're gonna get the 2 connected pawns. This should be pretty convincing win. GG. Oof. Good game. All good games, really. All fun ones. Hey, Daniel. All right, there's 2 more rounds. This one and 1 more. I guess we just kind of stick with it. Stick with our line here. A3. Yeah, this is a... too many people are playing exactly this for this not to be something that people play. Because why is everybody playing it? Did I just walk into like top level theory here? What's going on? Bishop G3. Here, I feel like taking is not exactly correct. Take. We could throw this in first though. Is that smart? Takes here, queen d2. No, takes here, queen d3. Takes, queen takes is no good, but then knight takes e2.
Let me tell you why
Bishop wants to go somewhere safe.
you're here because you know something.
Bishop g3. I think.
What you know you can't explain, but you feel it. You felt it your entire life. I imagine that right now.
Tough to say. Take on d6. I think we'll get queen
Tumbling down the rabbit hole.
e3.
You can say that.
Which isn't bad. No. Not bad. Occurred to me that queen d3 is in fact not playable. So this move jumped up to #1 priority. Not sure why it only occurred to me now, but alright. Here, I feel like we pretty much gotta take that.
It is the world that has been
Sucks to
opened
play
your
this.
eyes to
I have to deal with this, but that's okay. Is this bothersome? Kind of is. Let's go here. This one I think probably needs to be captured. Maybe this. Okay, put the bishop on d5 or something. He's an isolated pawn. That's about the only semblance of an advantage that we have here. So it'll have to do. Looks like a good move. Rook d1, maybe rook c7. don't know if we're really threatening to take it, but we might be. Wasn't sure what move he was gonna play, so this is more just like an autopilot kind of move. GG Daniel. Down a couple pawns at the end, so a little tough, but again, everyone's playing this line. Somebody knows something out there. This seems to be the sauce. That's what I'm learning from this tournament. Everybody knows this. Okay, damn. Damn! One last round. One last round. All right, Evan. A6. A6. All right, I'll go E3. And I will get a chance to play G4. I'm pretty sure this is the move. G5 and Queen G4. So let's go ahead and do it. This is straight from the course, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, bishop here. So I'm not sure that we looked at this move exactly. But I think the idea would be to play G5. Nothing else really looks... I think we looked at Bishop B4 and C5. I'm not sure that we looked at Bishop D6 yet, so I would have to guess here, but I'm going to assume this is a move. Hey, wow, 94. Huh. Well, I just have an aversion to these pawns. They just don't look good. Don't know if that makes sense or not, but they really don't look proper. Nothing's really jumping out at me as super logical here. I'm gonna try to go for something forcing. I don't know if this makes sense. Takes, and Bishop G2. This looks really weird, but I'm trying to basically immediately win this pawn back or something. Okay, let's try to bring the knight maybe to c3. I don't know what I'm doing. Solid move. He has queen takes d4 now. I think we're still better, by the way, in that position after bishop takes e4, so I might go for that right now. But he is holding things together for the moment. So queen d2, maybe f5, knight c3. Then he still always has that. Let's go here. Let's take this. And yeah, I feel like we're better, but like not by any measurable margin. Let's bring our king to e3. Be interested to look at that. Okay, maybe not. Maybe that was a little harsh. I do like my position, but here, e4 will be fine. I actually wanted to go here, but I got scared of bishop b5 check, which is not a move because of knight takes defending the rook, but it bothered me, and thus I moved my king. However, I think rook d4 is a really strong move when I get to play it. I do like this one. So yeah, wish we did this instead of this move, but got scared of bishop b5 initially. So we might have to deal with a well-placed knight here. Go like this. Rook a5 is quite the move, by the way. Quite the move. Okay. Keep the rooks on the board just for the moment. Not sure if that's going to be a good decision or not, but we're going all in on this pawn here. It better work. It better work. I think this actually helped me. Okay, GG, Evan. GG. Well played, buddy. GG, well played. Right. I think we tied for first, but let's see the final standings. So we lost to a guy, and I think he lost the game. Let's see. I couldn't spectate anyone's game. Sorry. I was like, the last game every round. You know me. Ooh, g6 hanging. Some chances. Knight f5 saying hello. Oh, that's not the tactic. You should have started with knight f5. Now you lose your knight too. Still, some chances for white. You probably want to get these pawns going. And then just like somehow get your king over here. Yeah. It's a good try. There's no penetration to be had. Wow, he moved with .1, only to flag the next move. Feels bad. And a mate. And the tournament's over. Wait, what? I must have missed something. 9.5. Well, he drew some game, obviously. I'm trying to think. Did he draw his last round game? I could have sworn we were tied. I thought he was gonna win on tie breaks because he's the guy that beat me, right? We had, at least I won all my Jobava London games. That much I know for sure. That much I know for sure. GG's everybody. Thank you. And if you are still here from the GM Hikaru host, yes, there was a GM Hikaru host. In the words of Hikaru, awkward. I hope you enjoyed watching me in time trouble. I'm actually kind of eager to yes, Hickey did host us there, King Crucify. I know. I'm actually kind of eager to look at my games that I played and compare them to the course. Like, now I'm curious. To me, this is the most exciting part when you're trying to learn an opening, is that you actually get some games in the opening and you finally get to cross-reference them with the course and see how you did, whether it was in the course. So I think that's what I'm gonna do. Tournament just ended. These are the standings so you guys can see. Let's see here. I managed to take first. I don't know how that happened. I thought this guy was gonna win the rest of his games and beat me on tie breaks because, yeah, as you can see, he had better tie breaks and he beat me. So, shame. It looks like he drew in the last round. Blunderfest, congrats on third, buddy. But yeah, the most important thing, I think we won all our games with the white pieces. So we won all of our Jobava Londons. I'm gonna have to analyze those games. Who's the highest? I mean, another great performance by Nebepa. Even Evan. Evan was on a fantastic perf. He happened to play me in the last round. So he lost, but he was 6.5 out of 10. Another great performance. Tintin, congrats on the 7. Mike with just a star performance. DQPX. Zoom, I mean, look at this. 6 points for Zoom and get this chop. Look at that. Very, very nice, guys. Very nice. But wait, did Zoom start under 1,000? That we have to check. Because then Zoom... Oh, sorry, never mind. It's unrated, I forgot. It's unrated, so that means this is our under 1,000 winner. It's unrated, so that means Alex is the under 1,000 top performer. Yep, it's Alex Tempe. There you go. I forgot it was unrated. I was like, damn, how much rating did he gain? Go, Alex. That's right. That's what I'm talking about, baby. Any plans for another series? What do you mean, Yojimbo? Any plans for another series? Am I not doing one right now? I'm confused. I'm confused. You're already over it? You saw one day of it and you're like, next. Next. Well, Yo Jimbo, I'm doing a series right now, which I've been doing all day today, where I'm changing every single opening that I have in my repertoire and replacing it with a brand new one that I'm learning on stream using Chessable courses that usually you guys wouldn't have access to. So did you mean another course, like, besides that? I just started one. Yes, Mike, exactly. At the start of this course, this series, I already said, The Jobava London is simply going to be my repertoire with the white pieces. I'm going to play d4 and the Jobava London. But obviously with black, I'm going to need something to play, right? So the whole point of this series is I'm changing all my openings. So we're going to also be learning things with black, but I have to start somewhere. So of course, I just picked this one to start with. But I'll be learning tons of openings. I'll be learning e4, e5 as black. I'll be learning the Budapest against d4. I'll be learning the 2 knights against the English. And we'll be doing all that on stream, and then I'll be taking all that knowledge and I'll be playing it on a new account to see how we do, getting some games exclusively in those variations. And while it might seem like the Jobava London is not a big jump for me, because I do play the London, you're right, but I've never played e4, e5. Basically in my life, I've probably played like 1 or 2 classical games with it, ever. So that is a pretty serious leap of faith for me. But we're just gonna stick to the Chessable courses and see how we do. That's the series. So we've already picked the openings that we're gonna do. So it's more just learning it now. In Chessable we trust, Ralph. That's honestly that's the goal. So, I want to look at the games that we just played. I need to. Like, there's no way. I'm too hopped up on the Jobava knowledge from today. I need to take a look. Thanks for playing in our tournament here. And honestly, from me, thank you for playing, because I actually got a great little tune-up here for the Jobava London playing against y'all. This was good practice. I hope you guys also enjoyed the opening, because if you're watching the streams and you're watching us learn a thing or two here, then absolutely this is good practice for you too. Tried playing moves from the course against me, but you forgot midway. Merles, which one were you? Which game were you? Oh, Blunderfest. Oh yeah, we had a good game, man. GG. Actually, yeah, Merles, you're the reason I won the tournament, right? You drew the other guy in the final round, I think. Right? So there we go. Go, Merles. All right, so I'm gonna pull up all my games that we played. I'm gonna compare them to the Chessable course. So let's do that. Let's pull up the games here. What will I do as black for the new repertoire? Man, I swear, Jingo Ringo, are you the top guy that asks me to say shit after I've just said it? You're the #1, like, you're most wanted. Did I not just say this 30 seconds ago? He's doing it on purpose at this point. He has to be. There's no way Jingo is a real human being typing there. There's no way. It can't be. He's always in here 30 seconds after I say something. Oh, so by the way, just random question. Couldn't possibly have thought of this at a different time. We're gonna send a team. Black vans outside Jingo's house. How is he able to do it every time? It feels like that, Alpha. I'll show you, Jingo. I'll answer your question. I like you that much. But let me pull up these games first. Okay, so only the games with white. Okay. Here we go. Okay, let's pull up the game review for all of these. Okay, Evan, Blunderfest, Judgment of the Pharaoh, Big Q-Corn, Child Emperor in Chess, And then big sheesh. Okay, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, we got the extra game with white. All right, so against Evan, I suppose if we do them in order, it would actually be like this. We could save this one for the end. Sheesh, this was game 1. So, knight c6. So actually, we haven't looked at knight c6 in the course, truly. We haven't looked at it. It is a mistake. It's not a good move. But let's see here. Hello, J-Bell. Like, let's see. d4, knight f6, knight c3, e6. No. We want d4, knight f6, knight c3, d5, bishop f4. But it's like, there must be sidelines or something. Bishop f4, c6. Okay, we didn't check this yet. I think that move actually might not be in the course. Like, because there's just no reason to put it there. It's just a blunder. But if you ask me, I would have put it in the course just as like a, hey, like, this is a common blunder. I feel like it's probably in here somewhere. This is all bishop f4, e6 though, so I don't think it would be anywhere in here. This is all with e6. Browse tree. Is this where we go? Wait, is browse tree like related to the course? It is, right? Yeah, okay. Knight f6 here. Yeah. Knight c6 is not in the course. Well, there you go, bud. You found a move that your old buddy Hans didn't cover. Hans did not look at that one. All right, there you go. Well, there's a reason. There's a reason. Knight here. Unfortunately, knight b5 is just very strong. Let's take this off. Knight b5 is very strong. But black found the best continuation here. e5 and knight here. But what I'm wondering here is what the best continuation is. e3 I played. I think it's a good move. Bishop g5 looks sweaty. I don't like the look of that. e3 keeps it simple. a6 and then knight d4 I think is a better move than knight c3. Knight d4 takes, and what's the plan here? What's the plan? For those that don't know, I love this trick. This is a secret sauce. I've told you guys about this before. Maybe it's not a big secret, but if you're ever wondering what the plan is in a position, my favorite thing to do is to look at the engine lines, but don't just look at one line. Look at all 3 lines and find moves that are present in every single variation. For example, the move queen d2 appears to be in every single variation. So I would say queen d2 is like pretty much the main reaction to c5. C3 appears to be in every variation, so clearly c3 looks like another big idea. Knight f3 is not in every variation, but it's in 2. What else do we have here? Bishop d3. Bishop d3, yeah, bishop goes to d3 in every single variation. So I would say the next couple moves are most likely like queen d2, bishop d3, c3, and then it looks like knight f3 is the move in every line, except maybe knight e2 in some variations. So that makes me think knight f3 is probably, could be a little bit vulnerable to something like bishop g4, maybe. Otherwise it would be an automatic move in every line. So there you go. That's my 10-second tip. And that pretty much tells me that if I played, like, if my queen's not attacked, I'm probably playing c3. If it is attacked, I'm playing queen d2. My bishop develops here, and then knight f3 or knight e2, depending on the position. And then it looks like short castles in every single variation. So there you go. There's your next 5 or 6 moves. 1, 2, 3, one of those 2, 4, castle 5. Done. All right. That's as far as I'll look on this, because it's just a blunder for black, so not worth more time than that, I think. Okay, that was my first game. That was my first game. Then we had this one, which was a6, bishop f5, which I actually think we haven't looked at yet. a6, bishop f5. But it might transpose to this bishop f5 line. In fact, I think it will. Both bishop f5 or a6, I'm sure it's in one of these two. So let's check this. d4, bishop f4, a6, e3, bishop f5, a6, e3, c5. Oh, this is just all c5. a6, e3, b5, a6, e3, e6. I want a6, e3, bishop f5. So it looks like it's probably in the other one. Bishop f5, e3, a6. Here we go. Bishop f5, bishop f4, bishop f5, e3, a6 is going to be the exact same as this. Bishop f5. So I did knight f3, e6, knight e5. And by the way, I haven't looked at this chapter yet, so I might have gotten it wrong. Let's see what it recommends. Against a6, we don't go for usual f3, g4. We want to make use of the fact it did that. Okay. So we just go knight f3, knight e5. Okay, that's good to know. This is knight f3, knight b7 though. Let's see if we can get e3, a6, knight f3, knight b7, all knight f3, knight b7. There we go. Yep. Okay, well we got it right. That's good. Knight e5, knight d7 now, and then g4. Well, the problem is now that I went and found e6, I imagine what I want to do is go back and find knight f3, knight bd7, knight e5, e6. Knight e5, e6. Here we go. g4 takes. And this actually happened in 2 of my games. He played bishop g6, which is definitely just a mistake. I'm sure it's covered in one of the lines, but yeah, as you can see here, this is just a blunder or big mistake, h4, and this doesn't need further calculation or analysis. This is like +2. This is yeah, This is completely winning for white. But I had another game which was the exact same, and it was this. So knight c6, takes. I did bishop h3. Let's see what is recommended. So there you go. Here's where I took, and queen d3 is what he has. So queen d3, queen d7, takes, castles. Although I played bishop h3 here, and the game looks identical. So maybe it's not so bad. Although he wants bishop g2, bishop g2, bishop there, bishop g3, and white wants to play e4. Okay. Well, that looks like basically it. That's number 6. Because the other ones are knight e5, bishop b4. Yeah. Knight e5, bishop b4 is fine. So I think that's all it gives. Is after this, I did bishop h3. But I think he likes to move queen d3, queen d7, takes, which is basically the same, castles, and then bishop g2 instead of bishop h3. But at this point, you know, it's just a position. Bishop d6, bishop g3, and white wants to play e4. Alright, king b8, king b1. You're getting the course recommended when analyzing a game. What does that look like, Darkbone? Because I was told that on chess.com now, if you analyze a game, it will recommend like a Chessable course on that game. And I was like, really? I've never seen that. Maybe it's just my account that doesn't have it, but that's cool that you're seeing that, Darkbone. Well, it makes sense, Queen Trap, right? It makes sense. I'm curious what that looks like. Yeah, let me have a look. So, would that be in review? Interesting. Oh, it's under analysis? Maybe you need feedback on? I don't know. I don't see that for me. I am in game review though. In review here? It looks like it's in review. Oh, here we go. E3. I do see it. So yeah, the last book move. Get better at this opening. Short and sweet. Demons, Jobava London. There you go. I'm already there, chess.com. I'm one step ahead of you. I'm one step ahead of you. I'm already there, baby. Okay, so I didn't do too poorly here. I played bishop h3, queen d3, castle. And in fact, he was looking for queen d3, queen d7, takes, castles, bishop g2, and e4. So I'm happy enough with that. I think we played that reasonably. Okay, my game against Q-Corn was c6, bishop f5. That one, I think, has its own. I think it has its own chapter here. I saw at the bottom, d4. This one, right? Yeah. Okay, so bishop f5. So he wants f3. transposes to the key variation that we've analyzed in the bishop f5 chapter. Okay. Many options here for black. Black can play, you know, and he lists a bunch of moves. Most logical is bishop g6, okay? So now let's go here, and instead of bishop g6, let's take h5, f3, h5. So this is my game against Q-Corn. Cross-reference it, baby. h5, bishop d3. Okay, we picked a good move here. That's reassuring. Yeah, f3, h5, bishop d3. Not this one, this one. Bishop d3. Bishop takes, and okay, very, very interesting. C takes d3. So this is already different. I played queen takes. I mean, sue me, but not actually. Bishop d3, bishop takes. I did queen takes. I mean, it looks like a fine move, but I'm about to learn why we want to play maybe pawn takes, because this is very interesting to me. h5 pawn is overextended, definitely. Black will most likely castle. Most likely castle. h5 move. Whites are committed on the king side with g4 and h4. It's crucial to take with the queen. Okay. I mean, that makes some sense to me. I think queen takes d3 is a fine move, but I'm happy to follow the course here. C takes. And then, what's the idea? We play knight here, we play e4. White prepares for a c5 break. It's a bit scary for black to castle. And I think he just leaves it at that. Right? That's h5, and I think that's the only h5. So, interesting. Yeah, so Q-Corn and I had this game. I played queen takes. I think it's a reasonable move with e4 and knight takes. And we had a good game here. But, so he wants pawn takes. And e6, bishop, e6, e4, or knight e2 first. Might have been knight e2 first, and then e4. So yeah, obviously the computer initially likes queen d3 more, but okay, e6 is the top move here, and the more it thinks about e6, the more it's like, okay, knight e2, white definitely, you know, has a comfortable type of position, right? You see the evaluation climbing, and it's important when you're analyzing for real, like for like over the board chess or like serious analysis. You can't use this quick chess.com engine, like it's just not deep enough. So yeah, e4 happens, and bishop comes back, h4. I think it was like rook c1, queen d2. Yeah, rook c1, and seems pretty good. Seems pretty good. Yeah, if you let the engine run, it'll always be fine. But the most important thing is, from a practical perspective, you just look at this position. I'm not sure why it just reverted there. From a practical perspective, you look at this position, and all you have to understand is, like, black castling kingside is a little bit risky because of this pushed h-pawn. And okay, c5 is not super easy to achieve, so it's one of these positions that we can work with. Anyway, It's not like an overwhelming position, but c takes. And I think the nice thing here is that there's a very reasonable option with queen takes. So if I'm playing c takes and I'm just like not getting the positions, like it just doesn't make sense to me, I'm fine to even switch to queen takes d3 with e4 and knight e2, because that looks very clear how to play. But I'm happy to give c takes d3 a try. Then my game against Blunderfest. Oh yeah, he was trying to, so we repeated basically some stuff that we had played. That was this stuff, right? Bishop b4 check, c3 bishop a5. I think it's this. But I don't think the line goes much past that, you know? I think once we get here, this was the whole line. I think it just stops here. And it's kind of up to you to figure out how to play it from there. So I thought this was a fun one. Hey, buddy.
Hey, how are you doing?
Great. I'm just looking at my...
You're the winner of the first
Oh, that's right.
tournament. So
That's right.
congratulations.
Thank you. Yeah. Couldn't have done it with the help of some other people, though, in the tournament.
That's awesome. All around help. Got a card.
Perfect. We got a few strokes in the Jobava London.
Oh,
I'm happy with it. Happy to see some GM Hikaru viewers maybe still lurking in the woodwork here. Like, I think Wild Hacks got brought over from the Hikaru host, so
that's right.
it was nice to have Wild Hacks in here as well. Some of the Hikaru regulars. Yeah, Dark Bone's been very active today. Alright guys, I am going to take my leave here as we approach 10 p.m. But we learned a lot today. Hope some of it was able to be internalized. Definitely going to be continuing, but remember, we have a lot of openings that we're going to be learning together. This is only one of them. I'm definitely going to be starting the other ones reasonably soon. Because yeah, this isn't just a one opening type of rehab. I'm changing everything, so I will continue this type of stuff, and I hope that you find it educational and you're learning a thing or two and you're enjoying it. So this is what I'm going to be doing for the next little while with Chessable, and it's going to be Chessable and Factor. That's what you guys have to look forward to. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. All right, be streaming again.
Or should we want a host to pass on the...
What's a good one?
This guy looks like you could do it. Bob Chopson.
Bob Chopson. So how does it work? We have to be offline and then you host?
I think you can do it right
Host, here we go. Bob Chopson?
Yep, S-O-N.
We're hosting Bob. There we go. All right, we're hosting Bob. Bob Chopson.
He's watching Hikaru, so...
He's watching Hikaru?
He is. I
Perfect.
checked.
Oh, he's doing a few things. He's got a great split screen. You guys are going to enjoy.
He's watching Hikaru, so...
There we go. All right, we're going to say hi to Bob Chopson. Bye, everybody.